again in 2026.
Yes, I think the most pertinent reason that underscores their action this time round should be that the maybe foreigners who are undocumented foreigners or so are creating hardship, economic hardship for them, perhaps by seizing the jobs that could go around to all of them. If that be the case, first of all, it is wrong indeed to get into a country without documented evidence. That's to start from. I want to be very plain on this. If truly there are Nigerians, perhaps Ghanaians and other African nations that are in South Africa illegally, because that's what it means when you have no documents, you get into that place and start dwelling there. The issue of getting jobs and all that are secondary. But what is your stay? Is it legal in that particular nation? The answer is no. If what they are saying is wrong, then it's only that the South Africans are taking the laws into their hands themselves, because authorities are supposed to fish out these individuals if their claim is true, and then perhaps deport them or whatever. You know, even if they are headed into prison after judgment and all that, then it will be, when somebody is told, don't steal this, and then you happen to steal it, you get the repercussion.
Yeah.
But this one that South Africans are doing that, I don't understand how that nation is governed, because the authorities cannot feign ignorance to all that is happening to foreigners, whether they are legal or illegal in their nations. I think it's their duty now to own up that particular responsibility and then do exactly what they ought to do. Either they now go to court or they deport them.
Yeah.
But when citizens of that nation take it upon themselves to start rampaging, killing people like that, I think there's one person you mentioned that died of two persons. It could increase if they continue with this kind of behavior. For me, I think Nigerian authorities should liaise with them. So that if Nigerians will no longer live there, they come home. You see, Queen, when somebody goes to visit another, and that person says, no, I don't want you in your home, don't you have a place you left? You go back. And again, I think South Africa should not, maybe in a hurry, forget the fact that Nigerians helped in their liberation, the apartheid liberation. That, of course, does not suggest that Nigerians should move into South Africa illegally. No, it shouldn't. But the truth is that when they are doing whatever they are doing, let them also remember that what they are doing may be wrong.
Yeah, but even with migrants who are there illegally, we still have the possibility of having people from African countries, especially Nigerians who are legally there, is also there. So, and what happens to their businesses? If everyone is saying come back home, sometimes the come back home sounds easy for someone here compared to someone there. Because if you say come back home, some people ask you come back home to what? Or maybe life first.
Yeah, you see, let me tell you, very frankly, stealing will always mean stealing. Because of the condition, for instance, I stay hungry and it becomes overbearing on me, and I moved in and stole, even if you like a pot of soup or whatever, I took small from it. I have that mark of being a thief. That is just it. Now, whether there are maybe illegal foreigners in Nigeria or not, it shouldn't warrant anybody attempting it, because any part of the world, it is something very odd. It's unacceptable. And so why should anybody engage in it? But what I'm only saying is that if it happens in Nigeria, no matter how bad we may be, the authorities will take it up.
Okay.
If, for instance, the police or immigration in South Africa takes up that, nobody will say anything. So let government of Nigeria, so that they won't indeed be, that's how it starts. This kind of thing, that two nations have gone to war.
Yeah.
And Nigeria is a big country. That's as far as it ends for us. We have population, but just little South Africa is faring better than us technologically and all the rest of them. After all, if you check in Nigeria, you see MTN is from there. Now ask the question, which organization is faring very well in South Africa from Nigeria?
Well, the Nigerian government and NIDCOM have demanded that South African authorities take concrete steps to protect citizens and citing international law and AU protocols. When I started, I said xenophobic attacks again because from 2008, 2015, 2017, 2019, causing records has it that over 116 Nigerians have died as a result of these attacks. But then there's an aspect, Emmanuel Nduki, that's running in my head, and that aspect is there's something they say about Nigerians being superimposing, and to say go anywhere in the world you see a Nigerian. That's one.
That's true. And also
talk about Nigerians being industrious.
Yes.
That's the second one. Then the third is the fact that we have a lot of people leaving the country. Right, the Jabba syndrome. There's the Jabba syndrome.
Yeah.
And there is a reason for that. While everybody will not stay in Nigeria, we would have people who generally leave Nigeria to other countries, whether to school or maybe relocate or maybe for a job, right? But we know now that even the brain drain we are seeing in several of our sectors is as a result of the economic realities. So, if the world view of Nigeria isn't that, we have a lot of Nigerians leaving. I know this attack is not just on Nigerians, other African countries, but because we are Nigerians, because we are Nigerians, we're talking about our country. Yeah. At least for now. If the worldview isn't that Nigerians are living, our economic realities are poor, do you think Nigerians may have or will be treated better? But not just South Africa, maybe in every other country. Because you've heard stories of people at other countries, getting into other countries, how they are treated once they see your green card or you're Nigerian. And it's like, flag off your problem.
Well, you see, the problem Nigerians are having at different foreign nations is because of their government. I keep on saying that. Yeah. However, there's always something that must instigate another. For instance, if one gets into another country and or even one leaves his own country, illegally looking for a way to sneak into another country, perhaps because it doesn't have money to do all the documentations and enter there legally and acceptably. It may be because of the economic downturn he has in his country. Yeah. But Queen, not Kelly now, you see, nobody absolutely should become a thief because of the system he finds in his country.
Okay.
There are people who are suffering debilitating situations. They have not become thieves. I want to believe that I am one of them, and you are, and there's several other Nigerians. Now, is it that Jagba syndrome, we don't love it? Are we treated better? Okay. So, if anybody, because of our government is not handling our affairs well, goes to South Africa or, for that matter, any other country, and start misbehaving, well, the person will bear the brunt. But our government should also be ashamed of itself that is seeing all these oddities happening because of the way it's handling. When you come to check in terms of natural endowments, I'm talking about minerals, Nigeria is super rich or richer than all other nations, but they are not harnessed well.
All right. President Bola Tinubu yesterday declared insecurity and poverty national emergencies, which constitutes grave threats to jobs, productivity, and national stability. The president made a declaration on the occasion of the 2026 Workers' Day celebration, where Nigeria's organized labor warned that the country was drifting towards a dangerous tipping point and collapse of a social contract. Failing economy and a worsening security crisis that could force workers off their jobs nationwide. The governors across the state of the Federation in their separate addresses urged workers to remain committed and uphold integrity as well as sustain constructive engagement. We had governors from Anambra, Edo, Oyo, Delta, Niger, Ekiti, Enugu, Benue give their thoughts. Even the governor here, Governor Siminalayi Fubara, did commend the job that the TUC and the NLC doing, and also congratulated workers on their day. But then, from the president, it said security and poverty are national emergencies, and this is because it constitutes grave threats to jobs, productivity, and national stability. A great speech for Workers' Day celebration.
What kind of great speech? Does he know? It's not just yesterday, Workers' Day, that he knew about this. And what are the efforts of government all along to tame this evil tide of events? The issue is that government, I can't say, is not doing anything to mitigate this kind of condition. However, that thing it may be doing is not all that expected, because more is expected of government. For me, I think if there's insecurity, there are all these and that he mentioned, let him do something to make sure that they are drastically reduced. They can't be faced from the nation, not anywhere in the world, even in the United States of America, because at least the dinner shooting and all that you heard, Nigeria may be very bad in the way it is, but we've not had such in Nigeria. So every nation carries its own burden. So nobody should be thinking that Nigeria is the worst nation on earth. However, our governments play with certain things. Because tell me, how can you live in a nation where people will come out, you call them herdsmen, for instance. I'm not talking about the tribe they may come from, but they are herdsmen. Even if they lie, let them come from Igbo. I know why I'm specific about that. But the issue is that you now move your cattle up north. You go there, you see people have arranged their farms. That is where they eat from. That's their own means of livelihood. Now you head your cattle into those farms. They eat up everything. How do you want these other people to be eating? Now, when they find out they can't get, some of them that have bad thoughts will start stealing and all that, constituting themselves into a menace also in this country. So, and we have government. Government will keep on hearing that they have killed this, they have killed this number, they've killed that number. You hear insurgents have killed this and that. Insurgents, there are sometimes we hear that some of them are contributing money. They are coming out to collect money from the inhabitants of those areas. Do we have two governments? So whatever the president is saying will not make any impact. Of course, any impact that will be palatable when he does not come up with a formula. That's why he got into Asorok. And I want to believe that when he knows the idea, he came out and said, I want to take up the mantle of leadership of this nation. He would have had his plan laid so that, look at how I'm going to tackle this. Let him activate those plans he had. Because if he tells me he doesn't have plan to handle all such things, because he just started in 2023? Good. This thing has been on. He would have known about them and would have also mentioned some of the plans to handle them. And if he's not doing that, he's not doing enough.
Well, let's take a look into this editorial on the Vanguard. As the African Democratic Party, ADC, may have secured a temporary relief to be on the presidential ballot next year, following last Thursday's Supreme Court ruling, the party is, however, facing what many call its most delicate challenge, choosing one candidate from a crowded field of heavyweights. This is apart from the many legal battles ADC is still fighting in court. There's also bitterness among members of the party who feel that the new members have hijacked the party. This underlines the ego problem in the party. Names like the linked to the race of former Anambra State Governor and 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate Mr. Peter Obi 2019 and 2023 PDP presidential candidate Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, former Kano Governor Senator Dr. Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, former Rivers State Governor and Transportation Minister Mr. Rotimi Amechi, and Mohammed Hayatuddin. Each commands a regional base. Each has loyalists. Each believes he can win. But the danger for ADC is simple. If the primary becomes bitter, losers may walk away, repeating the old Nigerian opposition cycle. And unlike in the past, those who walk away may not have a platform to contest, given the INEC's tight timelines and provisions of the 2026 Electoral Act. Or to be able to contest on any party's platform, your name must be on the membership register to be submitted on May 10, exactly 8 days. 8 days from today. Currently on the ground, moves in the ADC have produced two tendencies. While some are rooting for Obi Kwankwaso presidential ticket, some are Atiku Makinde or Atiku Amechi ticket. Governor Sheyi Makinde of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) is yet to defect to the ADC. Last week, ADC top shots, including Atiku, Obi, Amechi, Mark, and Aribashola, met him in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, for a summit. After the summit, they pledged to present a single candidate against Tinubu next year. Who is this single consensus or joint candidate? That is the tough nut ADC and opposition leaders must crack urgently to beat INEC's deadline. I think the number of people, there's according to late singer Tupac, all eyes on him, maybe all eyes on the ADC, maybe most eyes on the ADC. And do you think it's contentious, like with the number, the caliber of people we have in the ADC? Does it look like the ADC would even have a problem choosing or fielding its presidential candidate and device for 2027?
You see, Queen, I have been known on this platform to be vociferous in saying that it's not a walkover for the ADC in terms of, okay, there are very many persons there. They are going to topple Tinubu in 2027. It's not that way. Because you see, an English adage says that too many cooks spoil the broth. You have many personalities there. That's the beginning of the problem. I have said it severally, that who actually will be their presidential flag bearer? And that is the problem. If you say it's Atiku, then others won't be happy. You know, when I hear anybody that wins, I'll support. We've heard it several times now. And you see them start stoking out the fire of rancor once that particular people that are selected or that particular person that won is not themselves. So ADC is not going to be any different at all. For me, I know that when you choose even one of them, because if you look at all of them, including their chairman, David Mark, all of them are qualified to be president of this nation. But who eventually will assume that position because of whether consensus, direct or indirect primaries, whichever, the fact is that it will annoy others. But let us see exactly, I keep on holding to that particular belief. I owe nobody any apology because that's my opinion. I said that if Nigeria will continue in the way it has been doing something politically, nobody will topple Tinubu in 2027. No matter the form, or like they had a Badon Accord, bring out one candidate for all the opposition members. It doesn't mean anything. Right now, who is holding all the apparatuses of power? Bola Tinubu. And he is not a politician that you can just push and he falls. No, he's not. And so, whatever those people in ADC, though there are many, know, he also knows it and is buoyed up more than them because he is holding the reins of power. I ask the question, though some people who also think very adroitly will tell me that in some lands, nations that are very powerful, that the president who seemed to be impregnable may have also lost to others. It happens. It could also happen in Nigeria. Remember what I'm saying. I said that if Nigeria will follow the pattern it has established for itself politically, it will be difficult to remove Bola Tinubu because if you check INEC, he appointed the person that is there. You check police, he appointed army, all of them, because he's the president, He appointed all of them. Then you tell me all these people will leave him to come and support those he doesn't know will win. For me, it's difficult, but it doesn't mean it won't happen, because remember, change is the only constant thing. But that change, will it happen in Nigeria in favor of ADC? I think the number of personalities there will militate against them.
Okay. Meanwhile, the African Democratic Congress is Rivers chapter, Rivers State, says the Supreme Court ruling on the party's leadership tussle has strengthened its faith in the judiciary.
Yes. Now, have you ever heard any child that says the mom soup is mom is the worst cook? No, it hasn't. I have not heard it, or even at this age, I've not heard, because if you say it, your mother could curse you.
But I mean, if you didn't favor them, if by favor, right? You can quote that. Would they be saying this? That their faith has been strengthening in the judiciary?
No, Queen. See, that's why I say, if things will happen in Nigeria differently, we are yet to see. But if we should follow his trajectory, I tell you that nobody will take that shot of president from Tinubu, because in Nigeria, you might see what is reigning in politics is blind loyalty. You may see your master doing something bad, you support him. They will tell you 100% loyalty or nothing. What kind of thing is that? You tell me something is bad or this thing is A, and while I'm seeing it is C, you want me to believe it, and if I want to be part of it and recognized by you, I will say it's A. No, now. It's not every human that can do that kind of thing.
All right, but that was the outgoing chairman of the ADC Rivers State leader, Samson, who said that he spoke to newsmen in Port Harcourt, where he said that the ruling has provided the party with a clear pathway forward, and also described the judgment as an opportunity for stock taking and deeper reflection. I remember that sometime last week, I think it was early this week, the ADC had staged a protest to the INEC office at Aba Road, asking that the chairman, Joash Amupichon, step down, resign.
What will they do now that he has brought them back?
And also asking for asking that the listing that the national chairman, David Mark, be listed. With the Supreme Court's verdict, it's taking a different direction.
But the coast is not clear. Yes. It's not smooth for ADC, even with the Supreme Court verdict.
Yes, there's still the
tell you, other court cases and all that. Then in the end, you come and crown it with who actually will be picked to be the presidential candidate.
I think we have about 8 days for these political parties to submit members to the register.
They'll hurry it up.
I saw this report where it says that some of them are planning to move to the NDC. There's an NDC. Maybe they were waiting for the Supreme Court verdicts, but with all of these other court cases, we don't know what the fate of the party is, and then even the internal wranglings and all of that. Well, let's get your thoughts this morning on Insights. It's 0810-9510-951, reacting to any of the stories that we've taken. 0810-9510-951. You can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Welcome to Insights.
Good morning, Queen Chima.
Yes, good morning.
Okay, man. Good morning, sir.
Mascot, good morning.
Thank you so much. The coast is clear for ADC going by the antecedents of court system in Nigeria. The Supreme Court 2 or 3 days ago recognized David Mark and Rauf Obeni Aregbesola as the legitimate secretary and chairman and secretary of the party. That has become law. They can use it to go to all these lower court to destroy all other cases in the lower court based on the principle of stare decisis. Amehule Martin and his co benefited from it when the Supreme Court recognized the 32-member state assembly. Though the defection was not before the Supreme Court, they used that decision of the Supreme Court to go and destroy the other cases at the lower court. So for me, the coast is very clear. There is no other case that ADC will lose at this lower court because of the decision of the Supreme Court. So, but the problem, like Ogema rightly said, is who will be their flag bearer. But I know that they will try well and ensure that they have a formidable ticket. For me, if they pick Obi and Kwankwaso Obi as presidential candidate and Kwankwaso as vice presidential candidate, it will be a very formidable ticket.
All right.
Sir?
All right, mascot.
I didn't hear you well.
All right, thank you. Good morning. Welcome to Insight.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
There is still ambiguity on the Supreme Court judgment. Like the last caller said, the Speaker cannot reverse itself on the earlier judgment that internal affairs, whatever that happen within the political parties is the internal affairs of that party. So no institution, no matter stubborn politician, influence, or what have you from Aso Rock, they can overturn the order of the Supreme Court. Bala Gombe and what have you, and this who claims to be a leader of ADC state chairman, say tenure immigration. And then is that even the congress that was conducted by ADC, those who are having chairman, they are still allowed them to talk to prep for this month, so that they will not get elected members. So their case is just academic exercise. They're just there to scatter the party as Mr. President and Chief of Staff said. The member has scattered them, send a party and will send to the other side to scatter them. Is it a statement of a presidential, it's all presidential and all democratic statement? Oh, statement from Mr. President. If Nigeria, his ambition should not turn Nigeria into different parts. So if not, they should allow opposition to thrive. You say that the poor be breached. And opposition also breached. For xenophobia attacks in South Africa.
All right then. Welcome to Insight.
Insight, good morning.
Good
this
morning.
is Honorable Chris.
Good morning, Honorable
Okay,
Chris.
good morning. At least from 1980 till now, anybody, you know how many age. So anybody that want to speak, you have to speak as. Let me say this. What is going on in Nigeria, the Japa syndrome? Have you been in a church where somebody got an admission, one of the university? Do you see how the praise the Lord look like? And your child got an admission, United States of America or just Ghana? Do you see how the overwhelming joy? So you can use it to come. Even there, coming to Nigeria, if I have the certificate, United States of America University and the Nigerian University, who do you think that you employ? Is it the Nigerian owned or Oxford University? That is the problem. So Jampa's kingdom, nothing is happening. Just like as I'm calling you here and I'm sweating. A country that will seize light early in the morning, where people are supposed to make use of the light in the morning. How do you think that country, people will? But when I call some of my brothers, the other side there, they don't take their light there. So tell me if I go holiday there, tell me how you ask me to come back to Nigeria, to come do what now? Eh?
All
So
right.
there are things we should know the Japa syndrome. If you see visa, just make small announcement near Europe by road for your studio. You go see after that, you go see what thing will happen for road now.
All right then, Honorable Chris. All right, 0810-9510-951. You can send a text message to 070-9339-962. Welcome to Insights.
Good morning, Queen and Ogaima.
Good morning.
This is Nelson from Igrita. I want to react to the statement credited to the outgoing spokesperson of ADC River State that the Supreme Court have done the needful. Now set up. Just as some of them have said, what is ahead is more than what is here. So to me, that judgment of the Supreme Court is insignificant because what is ahead of them is more than that restatement of David Mark. So let them all rejoice what is ahead, what they are planning for them. To me, as Nigeria is concerned, the greatest problem we have in Nigeria is the judiciary. Donald Trump is the highest president in the whole world, but there's only one place Donald Trump is scared of. He's scared of the judiciary. He don't know the outcome of any judgment. But Nigeria, ordinary councillor, can predict the outcome of judgment. So they should not rejoice. So what is ahead of them is more than what the Supreme Court has been. Lesson from the greater.
All right. Welcome to Insights. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Wellington from Okrika. Let me greet my daddy. Daddy, good morning.
Good morning.
Let me talk about the Jackpot syndrome. This is as a result of poor leadership within the state. Even within your state here in Nigeria. Some persons are happy being in Lagos. Some persons are happy being in Port Harcourt. It's because most of the governors are not thinking. Like my daddy would say, we have the abundance of resources here. That is just a problem. And it's unfortunately, I'm begging the president to give more power to the governors. Give them more resources. People should talk to the governors to make use of the resources within their zone so that they can create employment. We need think tanks in governance. Reduce the politics within the center, and the governors will begin to perform, and you see the country moving. People are insulting Nigerians too much. Thank you and God bless you. Wellington from Okrika.
All right, Wellington. Welcome to Insights on Today FM.
Queen, happy weekend.
Happy weekend. Welcome.
And 10 billion. And yes, for me, the Jackpot syndrome or whatever they call it, I will not blame them. You understand? The economy of Nigeria has been the worst in any way in the world. See, since 1987 I was born, I think I'm supposed to be 39 years. I've traveled about 51 countries. I never see a country that have terrible economy like Nigeria. So those who are in South Africa, it's quite unfortunate. This is the xenophobia attack have not started today. I've been in Durban, Joburg, Pretoria. So to me, they should have sold their property and moved to Europe. What is there in South Africa? Talking about the ABC, I've listened to several analysts, so-called analysts, yesterday and so. I didn't know what they thought about the ADC. Those who belong to system ministers telling me this and that, you should not rejoice. It should fall apart. What do you mean by it should not rejoice? The High Court, they return us back to the same High Court that opposes the Mark before the other Ugomba or whatever go to appeal. So to me, ADC will be in ballot. Those who are not accepted, who are afraid, they should fall apart and be lost.
All right. Welcome to Insights. Good morning. Call dropped. Call the number 0810-9510-951. Welcome to Insights.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, Oga, a special greetings to you. Yeah, the name I goes by Apostle Paul. You see, on the rampage in South Africa, I think it goes to show that the animalistic nature of an average Nigerian man is getting out of hand. And that this is the time that our leaders, those who are the corridor of power, to take governance serious, so that people will not have reasons to leave the state, the Nigeria state. That aside, on the ADC issues, I think the federal government allegedly are trying to play hide and seek with ADC. We advise ADC politically as a down-to-earth political scientist to, since their party is a coalition party, they should, while they are going from one court to another, they should at the same time, do a kind of negotiation with another political party, so that at the end of the day, when this issue of going to court here and there and daily basis doesn't go their own way, they will now form alliance with that party, and then at the end of the day, they will be on ballot, so that at the end of the day, they will say they came and they conquer. Thank you.
All right. Welcome to Insights.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. No. Welcome. Go on,
Sunday.
please.
Yeah. My name is Sunday. Calling people from Tacos.
All right, Sunday, please go on.
Queen, those that want to come back, that they should stay there. I know in Nigeria, all die and die. Say for me, all die and not die. They are die and other die. So they should not come back. If they are sweet, so they should work so that I will come back. I'll come with them. I mean.
So they shouldn't return. Even the ones who've shown interest to return, you're asking them not to. Well, if there are people who want to come back, I'm sure they would. Welcome to Insights.
Queen,
Etelemo. Adimama.
Even on my phone, Mama.
Yes. Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Very good. ADC has come to stay in Nigeria. ADC has
what's your
come to
name?
stay
Where are
in
you
Nigeria.
calling from? What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Omuma,
Yeah. What's your name?
Vincent.
All right, Vincent. Go on, please.
So ADC has come to stay. So whatever anybody is saying, by the grace of God, I'm sure ADC will be on ballot. I know President Tinubu is afraid. That is why he's actually playing on the gallery, trying to stop ADC to be on ballot, because he's afraid of those big politicians in ADC. Thank you. God bless you.
All right. We'll take more calls. We have about 5 minutes before we wrap this up. There's a commercial for 8:50. Well, that's 0810-951-0951. That is 0810-951-0951. That's the number that you can call. Send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Remember that you can connect with us via social media handles. YouTube Live is Today 95.1 FM. Facebook is Today 95.1 FM at Today 95.1 FM. Instagram Today FM 951, X Today FM 951. Welcome to Insights. Turn down the volume on your listening device, please.
Hello.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
I'm Lars calling from Dumigbo.
Please go on.
Yeah, my contribution is about the ADC issue. From what is on the ground now, since Supreme Court has done their deed, and this is what we are praying all the while, we'll make sure that ADC is on the portal. And now INEC has reinstated the ADC. We are now sure of victory. What I want to say, our fear is always on judiciary, INEC, and the security. If they will allow ADC and the populace of Nigeria to vote according to their conscience, I bet you, from Tinubu to any local government council in the whole federation, we will vote them out and vote the rightful people on the platform of ADC. I want to assure you that this is our mind. And we want to repeat what we did in 1993 against or between Abiola and Tofa. Even when government in power then was in support of Tofa. But the populace of Nigeria voted for Abiola. And we have to do it that way again. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Welcome to Insight.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My sister, between ADC and, because this is ADC and federal government, not ADC and other their internal disputes. My dear, ADC have come to stay. As far as the Supreme Court has pronounced that David Mark is their leader in the party, ADC have come to stay. Even other court case will succumb. Are you getting me? Coming to what Emmanuel Ndokwe said, ADC will win election. After all, President Jonathan is in seat when they win him on the seat there. So he's a president. He appointed Jiga. He appointed other INEC chairman. He has the police. He has the army. At the end, they lost the election. Who said that such thing cannot repeat again? Emmanuel Ndukwe should stop speaking like this on national television or radio station, telling us that as far as you are president, he cannot be defeated. Who told you? President Tinubu lost in his own polling unit in Lagos. He lost in his home. So what are you telling us? That he cannot lose the election? See, Tinubu will only be in his house that day. Me, in Port Harcourt here, I will go cast my own vote and defend my vote in River State. So he should stop telling us this. I know that Emmanuel Ndukwe doesn't vote. He will testify that he doesn't cast vote because of his religion. But let him not tell us that Tinubu cannot leave that seat. He can leave that seat. So let him not deceive us, please.
We'll wrap up.
Yeah, whatever you are saying, I think it will be nice and advisable for you to be listening to what somebody says. What you have said is not what I said. I said that if Nigeria is going to continue in the way it's been doing things, I don't know how old you are. So if you've been following events, political events for that matter in this country, you will now say that what I said is correct. Because I also said that even though change is constant, that there could be a change and some presidents have been losing offices in other countries. But in Nigeria, I tell you that the president has everything in his hands. I never said that Tinubu must win by all means. I didn't say so. Because whether he wins and is benefiting you, that one is yours. I am not affected in any form. I want to tell you that whoever will win eventually in 2027 will win.
All right, that's it. Insights with Emmanuel Ndukwe this morning on Today 95.1 FM. Thank you so much for your calls and messages. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Hey, Mankitanen is my name. I'm a strong advocate as well as Notary Public of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, Chief Political Analyst, and a mental shift coach. But I'm going to reach out to you as a real estate consultant. I will say to everyone globally, I should like to draw your attention to something which is very important, and that is about the fact of looking into your future in terms of investment. And I want you to pay attention to what I'm going to share with you. You may have your opinion, you may have your reason to differ, but there are individuals, when they speak, no matter your differences, you need to pay attention to what they are saying. And I want to talk about real estate from the perspective of the 32nd American president in the person of Franklin D. Roosevelt, who has this to say about real estate. That real estate cannot be lost or stolen nor carried away. Purchased with common sense, paid for in full, and managed with reasonable care. It is about the safest form of investment in the world. I have not found any definition that match these talking about real estate. I give you a graphic example that will clear your point. If you have a controlling share in a bank cannot give you loan based on that shareholding. Somebody who has a quarter of a plot with proper title can be given loan. That is why land, interest in land is called real estate. You can touch it, you can feel it. It's not in action. It's not like Joseph in action. You can touch it. You can feel it. You can do business with it. That is how serious it is. I know you may be aware of this. So many people are aware of the reality of real estate. But despite this, we are bringing this idea to Nigerian context in the light of realities on the ground in Nigeria. Is Roosevelt correct? Yes, Roosevelt is correct, but with limitation. In the light of realities in Nigeria presently, land can be lost. Land can be stolen, though it cannot be carried away. If you lost interest in the land, if your interest is stolen, you have lost it virtually. This is the reality that is on the ground. And so I say to you, you should not be carried away by radio adverts that the company is advertising on radio. Don't be carried away that the company is showing you they have CAC certificate of registration, that they have ESCC SCUMO certificate. You should not be moved by it. Don't even be moved that the company belongs to a real estate association. Don't be moved. I'm talking to you with practical reality. Warren Buffett says something. He said, when you meet people for purpose of business, he said, check their intelligence, check their energy, and check their integrity. He said, without integrity, don't bother about the first two. We have seen so many real estate companies came up in Port Harcourt here and have fizzled out. I've had clients from overseas who bought land. I've traced those companies, they no longer exist because they don't have the capacity. See, real estate is one of the toughest investment area in terms of financial capacity requirement. So you should pay attention to that. So what should matter to you is capacity of the company. If you have money and you like dog as a pet, why would you go for an Alsatian puppy rather than going for the puppy of Nikita, which is our local dog? If you have the money and you want to fly, why would you prefer to go for Lufthansa Air rather than other international flights? If you are thinking of going to somewhere like Lagos or Abuja, why would you want to fly? You are saving time. That is the reality of the time that we are in. And I want you to pay attention to that. And so I'm introducing you to no other but a company which I prefer to call the Lufthansa Air equivalent in the real estate industry in Nigeria. And that is Boeing Luxury Estates Limited. Why am I inviting you to Boeing? I say something to you. If you want to talk about business integrity, you can ask our brother Cosma Maduga of Costaris. He will talk to you about the Japanese. For the Japanese to put on their binocular and look at Nigeria real estate, dashboard, and decided to come to Nigeria and do business with Boeing Luxury Estates and no other, and Boeing delivered. That speaks volume. We are not talking about local integrity. We are talking about international integrity. It's Boeing. I'm a reason why I'm inviting you, because if it goes wrong, it will also affect me. I'm not the type that behave like some of the agents we have around who are just interested in the money. If anything goes wrong, that is none of their business. No. I am interested in your success. Let me share something with you. Land, which is real estate, is one means that the wealthy use to retain wealth. They also use it to drive generational wealth. I engage in practice within the probate, and I've seen people who left shares. Most of the shares have plummeted over time. But those who invested in land for practical purposes, they are happy today. There are wealthy people who put the future of their children in lands. I was privileged to meet a wealthy man in Port Harcourt who has land that he has kept for the burial of the mother, land he has kept for the burial of the father, and strategic people who are close to him. The children have land for their university education. And once the time click, he just go and touch the land, activate it, sell it, and the person's school fees is paid completely. It is only in land you can find this readily. That's why it's called real estate. Pay attention to the leadership in Nigeria. Don't be carried away by media hype about shares and the rest of them. I went to bank recently to just move a particular amount of money. They told me if I'm moving beyond certain amount, my own personal money, if I'm moving beyond certain amount of money, I have to be charged. If I'm working on one money and they tell you that your money has been borrowed, what can you do? So I invite you to come to Boeing. They have property in Asaba. Even if you are not interested in land, there's what we call Boeing Invest, which is called Boeing Land. That's the current version now. It's not unfortunate, but this is the reality of life. If you are thinking of such investment, you must invest from 10 million and above. And if you are thinking of investing from 10 million and above, it must be for at least 2 years and above. No longer what it used to be. Now it has to be 10 million and above and 2 years and above. You can make contact with me, strategic contact, 5524167. Rieto Monkey is my name. I can advise you on strategic investment for the future, even in the light of current realities in Nigeria. Thank you as you think about your future, even the future of your children. Don't allow your children to ask you certain questions that you cannot answer because of your failure or inability to invest strategically for their future. Thank you for your attention, and God bless.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Major General. I never see Bessie with
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Thank you so much for staying on this dial. My name is Queen Chima. Now, earlier, if you're listening to Rewind airs 6:30 to 7 every Saturday. Someone was saying Port Harcourt rubbish. What was? Why did I forget his exact words? But I think he said dump state or rubbish state or dirt state. One of those words. One of those. I can't really remember his exact words, but he was talking about the sanitation. He was talking about sanitation and the sanitary situation of the state. That's what he was talking about. And then he gives the name, gives the state a tag. I wasn't excited about that. I told him it wasn't necessary to do that. You can say that the state has been dirty in recent weeks. Dump here and there, refuse, dirt here and there. But when you say, okay, the state is this, well, some of you may argue and say, so if this thing has been happening, can't you associate it to it? And we can argue that maybe we can say this is what it is or this is not what it is from your perspective. Well, in recent times, for over a month, increasingly, because I remember that even sometime last year, after during the state of emergency and when the Ruwama boss was changed, we did see people complain that the state was dirty up until December and then January. And then early last month or 2 months ago, we began to see increase in refuse and dirt all over the state. At the median, people there's no one to take them out, no one to pack them, and some places were really smelling. There's this area where they said you can hardly cope in that area And we know the challenges that this can pose to the health of people, how the risks that this can pose to the health of people. But then something happened 2 days ago. I was coming to work and I noticed that it was morning, a few minutes past 11 or to 10. And I noticed that this East-West road was quite clear. And that was quite unusual because in the past weeks, it was not like that. You'd see dump of refuse. Although I did notice that some parts, they were just little of it. And that made me second what I think it's the director or the spokesperson also of Riwama, who had come to the station and said that they clear these dirt. When they clear them, people still go and dump at odd hours. And I thought of said, okay, this could be the situation why this one is here, why I saw this dump here and this other dump there. Just very little though. So after clearing that money, some people decide to come dump the dirt. That's the odd hour situation. However, there were concerns about what Riwama is doing, if they are doing their jobs effectively, and why the state was that dirty, that smelly. So on the Express Show, I just want to get eyewitness reports, right? I want to get reports from you. I want to know what the situation is like. Is it better now? I want you to call names, mention areas, locations, close to you, far from you, the one you observed, the one you saw, the one someone saw and told you, and you're sure the person said or saw what they saw. All right. What's the situation like? Or am I just, did I just not see clearly 2 days ago? Even yesterday was the same thing. So what's the situation like? Is it better now? Right? Is the state cleaner now? Does it look like things are getting a little better in terms of sanitation? Right? That's it on the Express Show. So we'll just get that report from you and know what it is like and get your reactions. Now, this would help put these people in check to ensuring that they clean up. Then again, for those people who dump outside dumping hours, please, just maybe if that happens, if we see that a lot of people are dumping during dumping hours and not outside dumping hours, then we can establish the fact that if it's not cleared, it's solely the responsibility of the authorities who are in charge, that we can even hold them 100%. Now, there's that clause that we cleared them and then people come and dump at this at odd hours, not scheduled hours. But then let's find out from you, all right? Tell me what location you are at. Tell me what the situation is like at that space where you are. Do you still see refuse dump indiscriminately? Do you see people just have their refuse anywhere, dumped anywhere or anyhow, right? So I'd like to find out from you. It's the Express Show on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. You can call 0810-951-0951 to give me your thoughts. That is 0810-951-0951. Then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339962. That is 0701 9339962. What is the sanitary situation in your area? And we also know that as an individual, you have the responsibility of keeping your immediate surrounding clean and also understanding how to dump your refuse, how to dump well, what to do with certain materials that are waste. Are you reselling to people who need them, or are you burning or dumping actually? Because you also should or can ensure that your immediate surrounding is clean, very clean, so that that area is habitable for people around and then also for yourself. All right, so 0810-9510-951, that's the number that you can call. That is 0701-9339-962. Call that number, call 0810-9510-951, and we can get talking. I know what's the situation in your area is like. Whereas the Express show on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Well, there's been a lot of associating to government's capacity while the state was the way it was the past weeks. But I did notice that there's been a decrease in the dumps, refuse dumps, on collected waste on this major road, East-West Road. I noticed. I don't know if that's what it is entirely at other areas, right? If it is, I'd like to hear from you. Let's get to find out what the situation is like in your area, right? Is it there was this community, Rumo Elimini, right? There were people from Rumo Elimini who talked about the dump, very bad one around that's also causing issues, environmental issues, the health risks, how difficult it is to move around that area. Has any response from any response at all from government? Because I remember they calling government to come clear and says it's a heap. I don't know if it's turned to a mountain. Sometimes people just keep heaping and heaping. If it's not a dump site, like an actual dump site, like pits, if it's where people live, then why? How did it turn to that or get to that level? And why has it not been evacuated? And how are people around that area coping? Because you're breathing air, bad air, that's it. If that kind of thing is around your environment. And it can even affect businesses, affect people living around that area. But like I said, I noticed around the median East-West Road that the dumping has reduced. You're moving and you can hardly see so much of it. I noticed 2 days ago, I noticed yesterday. I don't know what the situation is like this morning, except I leave from work, say at 12, and I'll see what it is. And so I suspect that there's been some sort of intervention and also work done by Riwama, work done by, by Riwama, especially this area and some other areas, Obiapo, Port Harcourt, by Riwama. But I don't know what other areas, other locations, what it actually is like. And that's why I want to hear from you to understand what it is like. We heard Riwama give a number of their thoughts and excuses, talking about their collection vehicles being inadequate. They said that people are dumping outside scheduled hours. So we also heard about unpaid allowances, although it has been resolved. We heard that has also been resolved. So the question would be, or the thought would be, that the job should be done and done well. But major roads have been affected. Ikwere Road, Aba Road, GRA Axis, overwhelmed with waste. There's this other area that someone sent me pictures from. I think it's, why can't I get to that area now? Right. So we have seen, we see that Obiapo and Port Harcourt City majorly affected, right? Even somewhere like Iguruta Market, there's a pile up there. And so this has affected the situation in the state, the sanitary situation in the state. But I noticed that there was a reduction on East-West Road. I don't know if it's the same with some of these axes or some of these areas that I have mentioned. So I'd like to find out from you. You're moving around. Have you looked around? Do you see that a lot has changed? Have they really cleared the dump, or are they clearing on time? Is it better than it used to be? 0810-9510-951. So it's a report, and it's important that I get this from you to find out what's the situation of things. This message is a text message. This person say, when you get to other states that have more population than River State, there's no dumping hours for residents and the states are still clean. Environmental operatives here don't have any excuse for waste being littered all over the state. River State has moved from Garden City to Garbage City. Johnson from Iliozu. So Johnson, are you saying that it's not better? Are you saying that it isn't better? You haven't experienced or seen some form of improvement? Maybe we should not be talking improvement. We should be saying we go back to the status. The status some of you call Garden City, right? It's clean city, clean Port Harcourt, clean River State, right? But then, because it deteriorated and we got to the point where we did, we possibly will just watch for improvement. So you're watching if it's going to get better until we regain our state, regain our clean state, or get the state back to the status that it's always been in terms of sanitation. But what area are you in? Do you live in, or do you move past? Maybe on your way to work or your business, or go to the market this morning, or just to do something. What area did you notice? Did you have to close your nostrils? Did you have to close your nostrils with your mouth, with your hands, because you could not stand the stench from any heap of refuse anywhere? Maybe calling the attention of necessary authorities by calling in to tell me would help us understand what the situation is like in your area. We know that we attributed this laxity to government's effectiveness, because a lot of people had questioned that if we had a government that's doing exactly what it's supposed to, or even better, we would see this lax with the authorities who are responsible to clear the dirt. We wouldn't see it, we wouldn't experience it. But we had to, and it was all over the news. Social media, blogs carried it. I mean, remember someone outside the state telling me that, oh, if you want to talk about the dumps and the dirt in River State, this is how, because we're having a conversation, and somehow it just clicked, and I said, oh, wait, true. We live in a global world where whatever's happening anywhere, anyone can find out. But that didn't feel good at all, that we had to be attributed or associated with something like that. But as Riwama assured, especially in parts of Obiakpo and Port Harcourt, that they were going to do better, and in the coming weeks things were going to get better, I saw that there was some form of improvement on the East-West Road. I don't know about other parts that I mentioned, GRA axis, and then remotely many people, some other areas. I don't know what the situation is like. Has there been a reduction? Has there been speed to work, effective work, evacuation by these workers? Have you come out and there's some level of fresh air this period? Right, has that happened? 0810-9510-951. That's the number that you can call. You can also send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Please, there is this dump along Iguruta Road Market. The odor is very offensive. Yes, I mentioned Iguruta earlier. I did. And I heard that it's really bad. It's a terrible situation there. Thank you so much for dropping this text message. I'm assuming that the phone lines are not connecting because it's dropping. But please try calling. It's 0810-951-0951. I'd really like to get this report. It's important for the progress of the state, and then to keep these people in check, to know exactly what they are doing. And so we as a people can also know if they are doing their jobs well or have improved as they promised to. Local government chairmen also have the responsibility to keep the areas clean. right? And for some local government, we're asking what's the plan, what's the sanitation plan to ensuring that with whatever job that's being done by government, there's massive or adequate support, and your local government is clean. Your market, because this is Gruta market, right? Market. So we know how busy and how dirty markets can be sometimes because of goods and then purchases and dumps and all, buying this and just dropping, buying that and dropping anywhere, right? So it's also the responsibility of local government chairman to ensuring that these markets are clean, right? However, they enforce it to ensure that it is clean. It's what is important. And when I started, I said that as a person, you also want to do your best for your environment, your immediate environment. And doing your best means that you understand what to do with your dirt, where to dump and where not to dump, what to burn, what not to burn, what to dispose and what not to, what you can recycle. Even if you're not the one recycling, there are people moving around and getting these dirt, some of them rubbers, some of them iron, metals. So, and they buy them because they recycle them. So it would also help curtail incessant dirt everywhere. Not drinking and dumping or drinking sachet and dumping. We also want to regulate that. So it also means that keeping the state clean is everyone's responsibility, whether your contribution is minute or is as small as a mustard seed. The fact that you have 1 million people or 500 people, 500,000 people doing that minute role of not dumping just anywhere, imagine the impact that can make, right? So it's everybody's responsibility to ensuring that the state is clean. So, and you can do that by doing your own little quota, by not dumping just anywhere, by not drinking sachet water or canned water or eating anything and just throwing it anywhere. Then for sanitation days, I'm aware Obiapo businesses Thursdays are asked to clean their business environment. Right there's the Saturday general one, sanitation. So you unclog your gutters, that's your drainages, take out the sand so that water can move freely. Interestingly, the rainy season is close. We're almost here. And we know what NIMET has predicted as flooding, which is usual every year. So, and one of the ways we can help is to ensure that our drainages are clean. Some of them are closed up with sand, with dirt, cans, sachet water, go there, nylons, you see them all there. And so when some places are flooded as a result, everyone is calling government. Meanwhile, you could just come out of your gate and clear that drainage in front of your gate, so that wherever the water is coming from, it's moving through and getting into channels where it should get into. Getting into those channels. It rained the other day. I was on First Mechanic and I saw how the water, the speed it was coming and getting to the major road. And I think those drainages are quite clean. And it means that because of that, the businesses shut in Obiapo Thursdays. Businesses try to clear the drainages, they try to clean their environment, so it makes it easier. So because sometimes even these dirts can go and cover waterways, cover canals, cover drainages that connect from one part to the other that should take you to wherever the water is directed. And so water gets stuck somewhere, becomes stagnant water sometimes, becomes offensive, has odor. And what happens over time? Flood. We see that a particular area is covered with water because the waters are not finding channels to escape. So dirt must be dumped discriminately, must be put where it's supposed to. Indiscriminate dumping is highly prohibited. Dumping during odd hours should not be the situation. And what can be recycled can be recycled. What can be burnt, monitored and burnt, can be burnt. like burnt. And then maybe what can be dumped for these people to clear can be dumped. So it's a whole cycle of regulation that you also need to understand to ensuring that the state is clean. So while you're saying government do its own, do its best, you're so as a person, you're also thinking of doing your best for yourself, for your immediate environment, and also for the government. I'm assuming that your area is clean. I'm just assuming that your area is clean. If that's what it is, oh, thank God. I would, when I move past this East-West Road by 12, I would see what the situation is. That may just confirm what I experienced or what I noticed 2 days ago and even yesterday. And we can say, okay, it's some level of improvement. But then keep your text messages coming. It's 0701 9339 962. Text or WhatsApp message. And then for calls, 0810-9510-951. You can call that number, and of course you can get through to us. We'll take this commercial. When we get back, we'll try taking some of your calls if it goes through, and read some messages if it also goes through. It's the Express Show on Today 95.1 FM. Do stay with us.
Waiting they create party for mouth. Waiting they cause belly to rejoice. Terra Cubes.
Terra Seasoning Cube turns your meals into a masterpiece.
Unwrap joy, unleash taste. Hey, come cook with Terra Cubes. Come cook with Terra.
Mom's love is pure. It flows, no, she does. Mom's special jollof puts a smile on your face. Mom's yummy fries cheers you up. Mom's tasty stew nourishes the family. Golden Terra oil, tasty. Golden Terra oil, nourishing. Golden Terra oil, Golden Terra soya oil.
Golden Terra Oil helps mom pour her love in the tasty, nourishing meals she cooks for her family. Golden Terra Oil, pour pure love.
Good tasty food is worth living for. Worried about your oil every time you enjoy your favorite meal? Introducing Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil. Smart Balance Rice Bran Oil is rich in gamma oryzanol. Several studies suggest that gamma oryzanol may contribute to the reduction of bad cholesterol. Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Well, today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Thank you so much for staying. We've been talking about the refuse situation in Rivers State. I said earlier that I moved past East-West Road. Of course, unavoidable. My way to work, and I noticed that there's been that the Medine was clean, unlike other days compared to last week, 2 weeks ago, where it was a terrible situation. And there've been reported refuse dirt challenge in parts of the state. Is it cleaner now? Is it better now? Has there been any form of improvement? It was a critical stage where we had mounting heaps of uncollected waste on major roads. we had Riwama say that waste evacuation has resumed following the resolution of contractors' strike. There was once contractors' strike that it had resumed, but that there were quite some challenges. That about 65.9% of residents provision rather of insufficient waste receptacles, which was one of the reasons. There were also reports of inadequate collection vehicles. We also heard them say that people did not adhere to proper collection timing, leading to waste accumulation, the scheduled time for dumping. And there was also a recent backlog that was attributed to the strike by waste contractors over unpaid allowances, although we heard that it had been resolved and the impact. But then, because of the strike, that's why we had visible impact the way we did in the state. We also saw talks around that was political, internal divisions linked to political loyalists between the allies of the current governor and his predecessor, saying that was one of the factors affecting current governance and challenges regarding sanitation, owing that there are reports that the Rama Authority is loyal to this other person and not loyal to this other person. But then these are just some of the reasons, some word on the street, some from Ruama directly. However, I think what's most important is that the state is clean. Major roads like Ikwere Road, Aba Road, GRA axes were overwhelmed with uncollected waste for weeks. And we had local government, Obiapo and Port Harcourt, largely affected, heavily impacted by the debt. Also, the Gruta market, we had someone text talking about Gruta market. Yes, it was also reported too that Gruta market has been in a terrible situation. And there's a specific place where the reality of the pileup is something that you don't want to even, it's an eyesore, absolutely. So that's what it's been like in the state, with call for public health concern, knowing that this can affect people's health. But like I said, noticing the reduction on the east-west road, I'm assuming that there could be that reduction in certain areas, even your area. And I'd like to know, has there been a reduction? Do you see improvement? Welcome.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
I'm fine. Good morning.
Yes, my name is Christian. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, Christian.
I think this issue of sanitation and sanitary or whatever, that was a line I was trying to draw in the morning. And if you can understand it, you discover that it cannot be otherwise what we're experiencing now, because you don't give what you don't have. That is how life is. When you begin to copy what is not what you are not matured for, you will begin to make a lot of mistakes. If you go to our villages, our inside villages in that land, you discover that they are more cleaner than our cities. Because in those days, we know how to dispose our waste and all that. But since we began to copy white man's way of life, you see our cities have turned to caricature European cities, looking so dirty. That's why I say you cannot give what you don't have. It's not our way of life, and that's why it's becoming difficult. Meanwhile, Christ even told us that we should love our neighbor as we love ourselves. Some of us don't even realize that our environment is part of that neighbor. And if we destroy our neighbor, you can see the hazard it's causing us as a people. So you see when rain wants to fall, you see people, they don't care, nonchalant attitude. Even the gutters that the government have tried to build, some of us will dump waste into it without realizing that at the end of the day, these things will bring diseases around our environment. So for me, it's our level of maturity and consciousness. We are not there yet. We are not a clean people. We are not. If we are, it will reflect in our environment. People are being paid millions to evacuate this thing. What is stopping them from doing it?
All right, then.
It's not our level yet.
Welcome to the Expert Show.
Good morning.
All right, good morning.
Yeah, happy weekend.
Happy weekend.
Yeah, my name is Oji and I'm calling you from Malakaya.
All right.
Even if we talk from now to tomorrow, we have a government that has not settled. That is just the problem we're having. If we have any government like the government of the former governor of River State, where he has the power to say, do this and do that. Where he has the power to say, don't do this. If you try it, rig your election, write your will, and the rest of that, and nothing happened. He kept on because they knew that if you do this, something will happen. Until we have such a governor, until we have House of Assembly members that not talk, until the governor tells them to do the right thing and not the wrong thing. No. What is the right thing? Evacuation of these waste. If I am a governor and I'm in charge, what is there in my people that diseases will not kill people? Let me tell you something. Go to the hospital, people are sick. Even people who are on the street are sick, but they don't know. Every little thing malaria. Do you think it's just the one you are eating? No. These are some of the things they enter through your mysteries, you breathe them in, and at the end of the day, you're happy, you're jumping, your children are walking on the road. So what we're saying in essence is, we don't have any governance. We don't have any government in River State. Until we have a governor like Yeso Wike who will come and tell poor people to do the right thing.
All right, then. Welcome to the Express Show.
Hello, okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Dennis.
Please go on. Dr. Dennis.
I always emphasize on recruitment. Whatever we are doing, so long as it is this kind of arrangement where people fixing people, whomever they like, without properly interviewing them, properly assessing their capabilities and abilities, we can never get it right. So our problem is purely administrative. We do not have the right administration. When the white people were here, we had what they called PWD. In fact, we used to count them as poor man walk and die. You will see them on the streets every day. It is responsibility of government to come and clean roads, even patch roads and all that. But today, we do not have people who are willing to work. We also do not have the government that will send these people and ensure or supervise that they do their works. During the Second Republic, Imo State was, seen as the best in sanitation. Mbakwe brought in those trucks. I see semblance of those trucks still around. They had those buckets. People will go to designated spots and drop them. The truck will come, put it back. It has a hanger that will just carry that and evacuate at the back. And then they go to a dump site. I'm greatly shocked that even this government cannot build a dump site. Something that I will close my eyes and I will build. Those trucks will come, climb on it, go to the area that you can drop the waste, drop them. Then whatever can leak out will leak out. Then those scavengers are allowed to come and pick whatever is useful out of them that are recyclable. You understand?
All
then
right.
the degradable things can now be degrading while there's a heater which will dry these things and burn them off. You will never see another thing by the next week. The other new trucks can come and drop. If they want, I will do it for free. I have trained all my children. I don't have need for money anymore. I will do it for free. I will give them advice on how to build this dump site, and it will work.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too. Welcome to the Express Show. Good morning.
Can you hear me, my sister?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning. So,
okay. Let me tell you something, because the people around there believe in life. This contract of this dustbin is given to a river son, not by this current government. Former governor under Nation Weekend, and they have been maintaining the contract, and they have been paying them. So why will you sabotage this Fubana own? We are living in pretense here. This contract was given by Governor Nation Weekend, and they have not removed it in the simple way. If you want me, I will call the person's name. They are pretending it's not our culture. This contract was given to a river son, and he's sabotaging it. He's making so that they say Fubara fair in cleaning of the.
So how is your area? Your area, how is it? Is it? Are you there?
Hello.
Your area. I mean, have you noticed significant change in the
No
dump?
change for now.
Okay.
There
No
is no
change.
change.
No change.
Because they want to sabotage this current government. The contract was given by Nike to a friend from River State too. Everything that Fubara is doing, they want to sabotage it. Let them be sabotaging themselves. I
All
think it's
right,
realistic.
then.
That is why.
Welcome to the Expert Show.
Yes, good morning once again. I think my area, I've seen some of the truck trying to evacuate
Okay.
the dustbin.
What area
How
is that,
politics in
please?
this one
What
again, for
area?
heaven's
What
sake?
area
Must
is
we
that?
politicize everything?
Can you hear me? What area is
We
that?
shouldn't be doing this.
Are you listening to me?
Let us find out why the
You're not listening. Please, let's also try and listen sometimes. You're not just calling to talk to. I've been asking what area, but because you just... All right, so you can call again. The call dropped. You're not listening. I was asking you what area you have seen significant change. You said you're evacuating. What area? Please, 0810-9510951. That's the number that you can call, 0810-9510951. Welcome to the Express Show.
Okay, let me say I've seen along the NTA road.
Okay.
I've also seen along the east-west route, especially that Apara road. Apara, the dump site there, the NTA site and all that. But I was making a statement. It's not even the government duty alone to keep our environment clean.
Yeah.
Some of us don't even know how to bag our waste.
Yeah.
You understand? We don't even know like the one that we can deal with. In my home, I do a lot of burning, biodegradables. The one you can handle, so that you don't generate a lot of waste. It's a culture. We should have it. It's not everything we talk about government and politics. But for me, NTA, they have been clearing.
They've been clearing.
For some time now, and this road. Please, let's have this understanding. It's not about quarreling.
All right. Yeah, thank you for that information. I mean, it's a needed one. And reiterating too on individuals' efforts is important. I said that earlier, that you also have a responsibility to manage waste. Manage wastes in your environment or the ones that you produce. If you're burning, you're monitoring and burning, right? I think it's not the Hamilton season, thank God. But you're burning. Which one are you burning? Which one are you dumping? Which one are you giving out? I mean, selling to people who want to recycle. That's also a way to manage waste. Because sometimes if we do all of this, we notice that the waste is reducing, right? The cycle is making it better for us to have a cleaner environment. And talking about bagging, I didn't even remember that one, but thank you for bringing my mind to it. True, right? Bagging is important because somehow it just keeps the environment orderly. I know that some people say, please, we cannot afford these waste bags. We don't have money to buy. But I think it's something you can spare. Right, you can spare a part of your monthly allowance or salary from weekly. If you do that, if you put money together, even for 4 weeks, you can spare that money to buy these waste bags. Or there are also other bags that you can use. What you do is you put the waste together, and even when you're dumping it orderly. Right, and these people can just come and pick. Because sometimes I notice that even when this waste is evacuated, sometimes you don't do proper evacuation. You still have like slimy things stuck on the road and all, because we don't even have some of these receptacles, dump sites and those trucks where you can go dump it in. Sometimes you've dumped and it's full, nobody has come to take it out, collects the waste, and everything is on the ground, littered, and we have a very terrible sight to behold. So we all have that responsibility to ensuring that these things are done and even done well. Are there messages here? Let's see. None. Remember that you can do message and text message. It's not just an alternative. It's also a way for you to your thoughts. So you can type instead of, you can see I would rather type than call. But can I take a call or two? Maybe we'll just wrap this up if anyone calls in. 0810-951-0951. That's the number that you can call and be part of this. Tell me, have you experienced significant change in your area or the area that you were moving around and noticed that the refuse was too much? Welcome to the Express Show.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Kelechi.
Kelechi, welcome.
Thank you. I'm not living in Port Harcourt. I'm calling you from Omoma.
Okay.
My advice is that for Port Harcourt City, or Port Harcourt as a whole,
Yeah.
to be littered with waste, I think it's a big disaster to the people's health. For example, formerly, we used to use our bag to give example of dirty city. But when you go to Aba today, if gas not taken, you may decide to remain in Aba because the governor in charge now is doing wonderful.
Yeah.
That you cannot see any single dirtiness in Aba.
That's nice.
Even to the extent that they're even using ordinary or this container that has 3 legs that can drive simply. You see some people using basket, picking this and putting there, while the truck is coming to carry the container that is heavily got there.
Okay.
So if they can apply that kind of thing in River State, if not, apart from sabotage, these things are too simple to do. It is the responsibility of the government, because I know that in some cities, people do pay sanitation fees.
Yeah.
Yes. Even the gutters that is blocked, it is also government's responsibility to be cleaning it. It's as simple as ABC. So, but the thing is that sometimes when the government is bad, it is the people that suffer it. But I pray that God will help us in River State so that our city cannot be used as an example of high level of dirtiness. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Okay. Good morning, Queen. Talking about bagging our refugees, what are they going to do about the scavengers who are already on ground waiting for people to dump their bags, and immediately you drop your bags, they will start tearing your bags right there in your presence? The community leaders have a lot to do in this matter. Silva, you really have a point. Thank you. It's sad. It's a sad one. Really, sometimes when you look at the challenges that we have, right, in this country, it's really multifaceted. You're tackling this area, you're tackling the other one. And it just goes a long way to show humans' responsibility to a lot of issues. These issues are not done by animals, right? And if we must get it right as a people, we must get it right for ourselves first and understand. I mean, there are certain things you just think about. Just when you're just thinking about it, you just calculate. Common sense to tell you, okay, this is not right. If I'm opening a bag, maybe I want to start teaching scavengers. Oh goodness, I don't know. Oh, scavenging 101. Thank you so much for your thoughts. I mean, for those of you able to give me that report, I really appreciate. Thank you for calling. All right, and also the text messages, quite appreciated. 10 o'clock would be the law today. We'll talk about something very educating with Victor Oroko. So stay with us here on this dial. My name is Queen Chima. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Education never ends, and we believe it starts even way earlier than most of us think. On Andre Gorgie, every Tuesday, 1 to 2 p.m., we unravel these various building blocks and its challenges that make you and I better versions of ourselves. Andre Gorgie on Today 95.1 FM.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Let's take you into a realm, another dimension, a reality of higher intelligence, discovery, and quantum possibilities. Tune in every Monday, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on this station and be part of this journey as we address issues that relate to you and your tech life. It is Today's Tech Show on your premium talk, news, and sports station. Today, 95.1 FM. Wake up to today's quest, where breakfast on the radio is full course. We start with some motivation to ignite the spark in you for a great day. Then a full interactive sports show on Sport Attack 6:30 a.m. Unbeatable and concise news reports on the world news at 7 a.m. And our newspaper review segment now on 7:30 a.m. Oh yes, 7:30 a.m. The scoops and the commentaries from my esteemed panelists. Today's quest, 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Miss it, you miss out.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race with deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day we engage in business, buying and selling, trading and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
Baby shark do baby shark do baby shark.
Children are a beam of sunlight. On Kiddies Playground, smart is the new cool. We have interesting activities lined up for everyone, from storytelling to games to quizzes, where you get to win loads and loads of gifts. Do you have what it takes to compete and win exciting prizes? Then don't miss any episode of Kiddies Playground every Saturday at 7:30 a.m. only on Today 95.1 FM, where playtime comes to life.
Hello, join us Fridays, 7:30 a.m. on Our Top Picks, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Top Picks, Fridays, 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Thank you so much for staying with us. That's becoming my usual statement. I'll change it because very soon some people will start saying it after me. The moment Queen turns on the mic, she'll say thank you so much for staying with us. I'll change it, I promise. It's 10 minutes past 10, May 2, 2026, Saturday morning. Welcome to The Law Today. My name is Queen Chima. I was just having a good time with my guests before I turned on the mic. I hope that you guys were a part of it, but then some things are better left behind the mic. Good morning, Victor. It's good to have you on the show.
Good morning.
Yes, how's your week been? Hope it's been a good one.
Yeah.
Normal. I mean, as lawyers, I think do you have complicated weeks, complex weeks, troubleful weeks?
Sometimes. Almost all weeks are the same.
Right.
Except during vacation, during the July period.
Okay.
Maybe December vacation, but the April vacation is as short as anything, so you just need to meet up.
Yeah, I can imagine. All right, so today on The Law Today, we're going to be looking at the rights of women in traditional society. Now, it's almost a conversation of where culture meets the law, because a lot of questions that would ask, customary practices, conflicts with constitutional rights, which one takes precedence under the Nigerian law? Can a woman challenge harmful traditional practices in court? Most importantly, what is even the right of the traditional woman? And so when we say traditional woman, it doesn't mean the woman in the rural area. I know we're just talking about the Nigerian,
woman, yes.
the Nigerian woman. Right. So we want to look at some laws that protect her. I mean, in a situation where a woman husband passes, and then there are cases of, family interferences and all of that. What right does the woman have? And then you know that in most of our societies, communities, women are seen as placed as second fiddle, right? Nothing. So, what really, when we talk about man, I know the Bible says man, and man is female, male. Our constitution, what is it? Then, because what we see play out in society sometimes is troubling, and then women are crying for their rights and all, but maybe a woman understanding what her rights are in a traditional setting, in the Nigerian setting, and also the men understanding, you as a man understanding what it is for a woman, that she's as human as you. Are women not human beings?
Of course.
That's a funny question.
Of course you are.
Of course I am, absolutely. But I don't know if anything comes to mind for you, because I like the scenarios you paint sometimes on the show. I don't know if anything comes to mind for you that maybe has made you looked at your job and say, wow, okay, just another one. Why are women, or why is this woman treated the way that she's treated? Does any case or situation come to mind for you?
Well, cases are there.
Yeah.
Still ongoing, treated. But let me say one thing. First of all, we need to understand what a right is.
Okay.
A right is something, a position legitimately belonging to you. That's what I mean, legitimately, something that is due you. You understand?
Yes.
So, and when it is a right, when it is being denied, according to Fela said they don't gift it. Nobody gifts you your right. You right when it's been denied, you fight for it.
Okay.
Now, from the biblical, from the eras of the ancient traditional society till this modern time, we still find ourselves in a traditional society, because even most of our laws recognize the tradition. Like even the will, when you try to secure a woman, the will, certain section 3, the Wills Law or Wills Act recognizes African traditional society, the custom of the people, that the will be done with respect, with regards, to recourse to the custom of the people. Now, when you go to the Constitution, which is the supreme law, every law bows to it, except we as Christians who say the heavenly law. It also shapes in a way the relationship of natural law. Some people will come and say naturally so. No. The Constitution gives the woman a right to existence.
Her fundamental rights.
Yes, fundamental. Those rights. After fundamental, we have the ordinary rights.
Okay.
Now, what those things that are fundamental, right to live, right to own property, right to, but right to inheritance is also to own. It's embedded. That's why those ordinary rights are embedded therein. Now, most things we find in the society is when a man dies, possibly intestate, that's without a will, you see the society, the family, or the larger family trying to appoint or control the nuclear family when the woman is there, even though the woman is possibly she may be more educated than them. She may be a PhD holder, she may be a judge, but they will tell you this is how we behave. Now, what is wrong? Nothing is wrong if you are doing it properly.
Okay, by properly you mean, because I was going to ask how some of these...
When I mean properly, when you do it for the actual benefit of the people.
Okay.
Of those who, once you come into something for management that ordinarily does not belong to you, there is a trustee relationship. You understand? So let's say possibly the woman was, why the African society believe, what I think, and from my studies, why they believe so much in the man is the strength in a man to defend and so on. But in this case, well, we've gotten the police and other things. Before in the African traditional society, you have the age grade and the youths
Yeah.
wing standing in like the soldiers today. A modern society will now have the police. So if there is nothing wrong that okay, the husband died, the children are still minors, maybe 14, 15. The woman is well educated, she's a lecturer. Okay, let Mr. A and B, who are men, oversee the property. Those A and B may be fishermen. The woman is a lecturer. And the problem always lies when they try to now, take advantage over such scenario. Now, what is the right of the woman there? Whether African society, African traditional society or not, once a man dies, the woman, his wife, or in the African society, traditional society, the wives take charge. If he has many wives, and the first son, sometimes many issues occur. The first son may lead if they are in peace, But if it is one man, one wife, once the man dies, the woman is in charge.
The wife is in charge.
It doesn't matter how the crown, the chief, is putting on his head. To the women too, once the woman dies, if you like, let it be. Our daughter was working in chef, providing everything. The man takes over. What the law says is
in the case of legal marriage, right? Like they were
when
joined
you say legal marriage, customary marriage is also legal.
Yes, of course, yes. Customary and then
it's also legal.
Yes, customary.
This is applicable. What I'm saying is applicable only in marriage. Whether marriage under the Act, which ordinarily we call court marriage, or customary marriage, which we do normal, the kola nut and so on.
Yes.
Whichever one you do is legal. Whichever one you do can end at any point. You understand?
Yes.
Yes, I can. If I want to dissolve customary marriage, I can go to High Court. The High Court is a High Court of normal law and custom. It has no bound.
Okay.
But they may want to respect the customary court and make references, refer you to that point.
Because we still see that many societies operate under customary law, right? But national laws like the Constitution guarantee fundamental rights. So what's that? When the customary practices conflict with constitutional rights,
it bows.
What happens?
It automatically dies.
Okay.
When any custom, any practice, any belief of a people, once it goes inconsistent with any provision of any written law, even if it's local government law, but written, enacted, once it goes inconsistent with it, that law bows to that inconsistency, that custom bows to that inconsistency. When the law says any law, like Section 1, Subsection 3 of our Constitution, say any law, that law includes custom, includes your church belief, it includes doctrines are found to be, if you go into jurisprudence, found to be law, regulating a particular people like the deeper life, the Assemblies of God. Those doctrines are seeming laws for those people. So if it goes inconsistent with any provision of any written law, it bows. Then there are areas, because the law may not be able to capture everything. There are Supreme Court authorities all over the world. Supreme authorities all over the world. If such practice, belief, custom are against natural justice, what is natural justice? It's subjective or objective. It's not objective, just but subjective. What people at the time will say, this thing you are doing is wrong. Now, how can you be shaving a woman's, telling a woman to swear with the water that they used at this modern? That you want to infect her with serious bacteria. It's against natural justice.
So a woman can challenge harmful traditional practices.
Yes.
In the court of law.
Yes. Every harmful traditional, look, if you want, it is not given until you equity aids the vigilant, not indolent. If you don't challenge it, it continues. Like this law that they said they brought in River State, women can get child, women can inherit. Probably those things are already in the law, in the Constitution. Freedom from discrimination by grounds, fundamental right, by reason of birth and sex. So that discrimination covers it deeply.
So in a case where, I think the case you painted earlier, where maybe a man passes and then family members...
So many things occur to the woman. Even sometimes the little boy who is a son to the mother would want to challenge. I say, I'm the head. I'm in control.
I'm a man.
I've done one.
Yeah.
And the boy told the woman to leave the house.
His mom?
Yes. One man, one woman. All the way from Imo State. Told the woman to leave the house and to go to the village and stay. The house in somewhere, I will not mention the place so that people will not pick up. And the boy was serious. Trying to say, I'm the head. According to our tradition, I'm the head, I'll control. No, I just looked at it. I saw that it will cause problem. I told the woman, stay inside the house. Show him that you have it's your right. He sold the house. And I said, give him some money. If he's not taking, give to other of your children to establish themselves. Come buy another house somewhere. You understand? Because the way he was coming, it was going to something else.
And you turn violent. So let's look at marriage now. Is forced marriage legally recognized or punishable?
Which forced
to force the woman
to marry.
Yes.
That's that the only way you can when you say how do they force you to marriage?
Especially for girls under 18. We've heard
you cannot marry in this our area.
Yes.
But under the penal code, under those in the northern, it's excusable. But here, a girl under 18.
Are there legal protections to a girl under 18 here?
Yes, you can marry a girl under 18.
Okay.
Even though we've seen cases where a girl under 16 close the law. Sometimes when you see situations like that, until they report. But normally it's wrong. Wrong is wrong, no matter how you do it. The law provides what is wrong.
Yeah.
If there were no laws as to the age, as to child and adulthood, then it becomes no law. It becomes no offense. But today we have the Child Rights Act. And if you marry a girl under 18, that she can marry. That's what the law says. So when you go by custom, it's going inconsistent with the provisions of the law, so it's void.
Yeah.
By the act, it's impossible. Impossibility test, it's impossible to do it. So you cannot even do it. But when you do it in the custom because she got pregnant and so on, and you force it, into her, that action is void. And those people forcing it, there may be a legal action, especially particularly to the man who has committed the act.
The act. All right, I know because I'm taking them segment after segment, right? Because there is
this one on their own side.
No. It's there how many million women? All right, so I know you've really dwelt on property inheritance because that's an area that a lot of people, eyebrows are all wide open. And especially because of a customary of customs where it's like, no, you're a woman, this person is the man. Or you even see situations where brothers of the deceased come and they're imposing on the woman what they think that she should do because of the customs.
There is nothing wrong for you to suggest.
Okay.
There is nothing wrong if you're a good brother-in-law. Possibly you are a brother-in-law who is a lawyer and you want to manage it for the benefit of the woman and the children. While managing, you may make little profit. There is also nothing wrong.
Yeah.
But there is everything wrong when you now own it, when you want to own it. Or when you treat the property like an owner. Now, if you treat the property like a trustee, wherein there are beneficiaries, the wife and this thing, there is nothing wrong.
But even treating as a trustee, she has to give her consent, right?
That's what I'm saying. So, That's what I'm saying. When she gives her consent.
Yeah.
You understand? But once a man is no more, the law, even from the Bible, that equality is seeming. When the man is no more, the woman is in charge. If she like, make it be said the woman are 18 years. Make it be said the woman are 20 years, 50 years, 60 years. She is in charge. And it's vice versa.
Okay. So let's talk domestic violence now. Is it considered a private family matter under the law?
No.
Okay.
Both on both sides. Domestic violence on who?
The woman?
So why not talk to man?
We are talking about traditional practices on women now.
Try to balance it because some women are also very violent.
I mean,
I've seen a case where
I've
seen a case in a court. But it wasn't my case. I was just passing. That feeder, I had one matter then.
Okay.
So the man had whitlow. I saw him holding his hands. It wasn't my case. I can't. If I see him today, I will not know him. He's holding his hand like this. I just, bros, you're a very young man, very handsome guy. I said, what do you do? And I say, whitlow. So I said, what do you do? And I say, the wife, they had issues. So it's a very funny story. This one, they happened before me. So while I was talking with someone else, the wife was just passing. The man was standing at the passage there. I was just held the whitlow. And the man screamed. Even the court then ran out. The man screamed. The woman just held it, pressed it very, with strength. And that man was a woman in that marriage because the man was shouting, "Daddy, you, daddy." So sometimes you see this, but we know that naturally the man has more strength.
Strength, yeah.
Yes. So that's why the law tends to, you see, the Women Act, that tend to protect the woman. But I want to say something here. If you kill your wife, that's murder. It's not a family. I'm trying to come to somewhere. Yeah. It's not a private family issue. When you bleed your wife, you use something on her and blind her eyes, it's not a private family matter. Unless she forgives. If you kill her too, unless her people waive.
Or are not aware. Because there are cases that are even...
If they waive. Because we are talking if they are aware.
Okay.
If you break her legs, break her hands in cause of a fight, that's all these things are also occasioning harm. Then, if everything criminal is not excusable in marriage except rape.
Why? Why is rape?
Except yes, in marriage except rape. It's difficult for you to rape your wife because volunteer non-fit injuria.
Okay.
When I mean volunteer non-fit injuria, just like in the boxing ring, once you enter there, if your teeth come out, you consented to it. It's a game. Yeah. So if you go to the FBI, I did my rape. I did one thing like that, one research on it. Currently, over there in the foreign land, you can rape your wife. But if both of you have separated over time, and you meet in a room and you force her, that's rape.
Okay.
Even if the money is still there. But if both of you are enjoying maybe one quarrel in the night, there are exceptions to this issue. But when you blow her eyes, and the eye swells, or she blows the man's eyes, or she bleeds the man. These are offenses naturally that the police can come in.
Okay.
But because the traditional society still, possess some influence over us, you see, even if you go to the police station, they start advising you people. They start trying to make you people
go and settle the family affair.
Yes,
the
they
family
also see.
matter.
Yes, they try to do that. But if the woman pursues it, she will get
justice.
If the man also on the path pursues it, maybe you just blow my eye as your husband, tear my mouth, and my teeth pull out. That's assault occasioning harm. the woman can also go for it.
Go for it.
Yes.
If you just tuned in, it's Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's the law today, and we are looking at the rights of women in traditional society, where culture meets the law. What happens when customary practices conflict with constitutional rights? Which one takes precedence under the Nigerian law? And can a woman challenge harmful traditional practices in court? These are some of the questions I've been speaking with and to Victor or Rocker. And we've been taking it segment after segment. I mean, I've talked domestic violence and cultural silence. There's even a question I want to ask there. We've looked at property and inheritance right, marriage and consent. These are angles that we're exploring to this to traditional rights, or the rights of traditional of women in a traditional society. Now, Victor Rocker, you just spoke about domestic violence now and assault on the woman or even on the man, just to create that.
What's the woman's right?
Just to create the balance. But what are those legal protections that exist for abused women, whether physical abuse or otherwise?
The court is there now. The institutions of the states. There, when you abuse the woman, like I said. If you beat your wife to a stupor and cause her injury, aside being your wife, there is no, when you read the Marriage Act, the Matrimonial Causes Act, that's the procedural part, everywhere, there is no place they said you should beat your wife. You understand?
Yeah.
This vice versa. There's no place they say because you run gym in the morning as a woman. Some women are so physically fit that they can even beat their husband. You know, most times, most men are senior to their wives. And as you grow older, you become weaker. You know, like me, I senior my wife for almost 10 years. So, like one principle, people will say, women die before. We see young landlady everywhere. You know, the men no more. I said, of course, sometimes. You know, the men are senior to the women like with 20 years.
Yeah.
So if the woman is 70 years, that man should be like 90 years. Because 70 years woman may look pretty, if you have good skin, somehow young. The man must have gone by then.
Yeah.
So the law itself protects the woman. The same law protects the man.
The man. You know, you said something about family interference, especially in cases of violence. Because there could be a woman listening now and she's looking for a way to evade family backlash and interference while pursuing or seeking help when it comes to abuse. How can she seek help without family backlash?
Now, if you want to seek...
Or is it just a thing of will and her desire? It doesn't matter whatever anybody is saying or whatever interference.
When you say seek help, maybe the man being violent.
Yes.
If the man is unnecessarily and unreasonably violent.
Okay, there's a violence that is unreasonable.
One slap, if you consider him, we're no strong.
Ewo. Victor Rocco, one slap.
We're no strong. Yeah, somebody you just
okay,
this.
pushes your face.
Yes.
Okay, maybe that's not
say
a slap.
My friend, stop this thing.
Okay.
You know, not with hardness. Okay. You know, sometimes the man, just like as a mother, we're being real here, but people may have their positions, but we are real.
Yes.
Sometimes when as a mother, as a woman, you want to show superiority to your child, and when there is argument, you touch. Am I correct? Am I correct?
Yes.
The same way, but you touch with love. As only a stupid mother who want to whip your child stupidly, so you touch with love. Sometimes too, when the man and the woman argues, sometimes you see the woman want to come and block the door.
Yeah.
You understand? As a man, if you can say, come on, shift from the road, you push her to the sofa or to the bed. You know, anything that happens there, no, but you push her, say, my friend, leave, or you hold her hands. Those are not violence. When we talk about violence, when the man is unreasonably and unnecessarily violent, you leave the marriage. There's nothing wrong leaving the marriage. But sometimes you check yourself, examine your own self first.
Okay.
Yes, as a woman. Try to be marriage is it's a relationship. And when it comes to relationship, one person doesn't keep it. Everybody plays
Their
their role. At least we don't experience small, we can talk about it.
Absolutely. So in education, if a girl is denied education, is it a violation of her rights?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, someone needs to hear this.
Yes. When you deny a girl, like in the African, yes, these are the things. The African traditional society, you see the father, giving advantage to the male children.
Yeah.
Why disadvantaging the
girl,
the
females,
or the female children? That's the at this point.
Yeah.
The Child Right Act plays in. It was that little girl may not be able to. She may not even understand what's happening. They just give birth to her, preparing her for marriage. She should meet the man, as illiterate as she will be. Meet the man like that. Why the male children are the ones fit to, because they will remain at home. Let them go and be strengthened academically and so on. These were some of the fake and weak notions of our traditional society. So at this point, when the reason why the law comes into fight for the child, because you're a child, feel you can't fight for yourself. But when you become an adult and you want to love, maybe you were a victim of those things when you were a child. At adulthood, you may not be able to fight it. The only way to fight it is for you to now attend adult classes, mingle yourself, grow yourself, and so on.
All right, let's get your questions if you have any. We have been discussing the rights of women in a traditional society, the rights of women in traditional society where culture meets the law. I mean, several angles that we have pointed towards and asked questions, and you've got responses by my guest, Victor Roko. But if you have a concern, you have a question, you want to ask this, you have a challenge and you need some legal advice, maybe it could be 10% of it before you go to the real 100 and you know what to do from there. 0810-951-0951. That's the number that you can call, 0810-951-0951. Welcome to the Law Today. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning to the voice in the house.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah. My question is concerning a girl at 16 cannot get married, according to the law. But in this our society of today, we know that some girls are getting married at the end of 16. Even in the northern side, it also happens. I want to ask, is the law basically for one part of the country? And I also want to ask, if a girl in her home decided, because they say the law is made for man, man does not make for law, decided that I want to get married at the age of 16, can the law not be pushed aside for the sake of the girl, for its own right to decide? Thank you.
All right. Should I take this call and then you can answer both? Welcome to the Law Today. Oh, it's dropped. Call again, right? Well, Victor, call.
Okay, with respect to the laws, yes, there are differences. In the north, the laws applicable there are not same laws applicable here. The laws over there is practically being influenced by the Islamic law, the reign of the Islam over there. So there is excusable when you marry a girl under 18. Very, very excusable. But over here in the south, there they use penal code. Here we use criminal code. So you can see, over here in the south, you don't look, it's like the law says don't kill. From the analysis you are giving, the law says don't kill, and you say I will kill because it's my child. The fact that the girl is 15 years and she says she wants to marry, it's her right. Her right begins for self-decision from the age of 18.
All right.
So that there is not possible. It's not possible at all. Even if she wants to marry to her age mate, 15, which both of them are presumed to be minors, and the offenses may be lighter. Maybe they may not be. They may remand them, keeping them till a particular time. So it's not possible, sir.
All right. Welcome to the law today.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, my name is Chris. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Welcome.
In a relationship that is toxic, weird threat of life, I will kill you and nothing will happen. Which one is the fastest way of divorce? Is it the traditional way or the court? And if the both sides, who is supposed to leave the house? Is it the man or the woman supposed to leave the house? For both of them.
All right. Let's take this call. Welcome to the law today. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. What's your name and location?
Okay, my name is Dixon. I'm calling from Aba.
All right, please go on, Dixon.
Please, I have a question I want to ask. I am a child of my parents, and over the time, my mom and dad separated, and late last year, my dad tried to resolve the issue and let them come back, which my mom agreed, and she went back. So at the cost of going back now, there was this kind of resolution. Okay, now we are back again. We don't need to hide things for each other. Like, I need to know how much you are earning and all those stuff, so that let's put our focus together and part of the family. So my mom agreed, and she opened up to my dad, and their resources were added up. And now, after some time, something came up. Daddy said he does not want again. Mom should go. And at this time, mom's money is already in dad's hand. Like, daddy have already taken some of mommy's money and all those stuff. And mommy said, before I should go, give me back my money. Please, I want to know, like, if mommy pursued that case legally for daddy to give her back that money, is there any way the law can help her? That's what I want to know. Thank you.
All right, stay on the show.
Now, the thing is still vague. The thing is still vague because the money if the money was eaten, money don't go. You understand? Whether it is the man that brings or the woman that brings, when I use a Bible, a chop, swim, do this, that, doesn't matter how much you spent, the money don't go for. But if the money is equitably used to purchase a property, and possibly, let's say, your dad had a land, and upon the returns of your mom, and your dad, your mom now contributes to maybe 40% of the building. Your dad brought 60%, and now the marriage is no more working. And he's saying, I own the land. Quit, planted us, lose it, whatever belongs to the land is sitting on the land, belongs to the land. I own it. My dear, your mom is entitled to quantum merit, to a share, to the extent of her contribution. Just like even boyfriend and girlfriend. Hey, we want to marry. Queen, you can hear me?
Yes.
You want to marry. The man says, okay, the relationship gets so sweet, maybe within the first 1 or 2 years.
Yeah.
The man says, okay, my father gave me a land, he gifted me a land because we want to marry. Since we are planning, let's build a house first. And the woman contributed reasonably. And she can show that, look, I contributed. No marriage, I contributed this, and the house was built. She has a right to ask for a fair share. That should be jus ibi remedium. She ought not to go by the Matrimonial Causes Act or rules. That's to go as marriage. She will just go plain. Make your facts established and ask for your quantum. That's the extent to which you've contributed. So, but if your daddy and mom were just eating the money, whether it's coming from your father or your mother, there is no place where the law says the money must come from the man. the same thing in relationship. It must not come from the man. It can come from anywhere.
All right, 0810-9510-951. I think the other man, Chris asked the question around. You were supposed to give a response to that. I
Yes.
hope he hasn't skipped my mind. You remember the question?
He said, I was talking about
if a woman decides to get married despite her age.
No, I think we've treated that one.
Okay. All right, let's take this call. Welcome.
Yeah. Let me refresh.
Oh, Chris, thank you.
Yeah. I say in a situation where marriages are coming toxic, maybe the woman and the man, who is supposed to leave the house? Is it the man or the woman? Or if it be by divorce, is it by traditional way or by customary way? That's courts. Who is supposed to leave the house?
All right.
Let's be straight.
Is it the woman?
Anybody, the law didn't say Mr. A will leave the house. You may be separated and you still live in the same apartment. This one, this room, this one, that room. What the law looks at is whatever your spouse is doing to you. I'm now going to that of the matrimonial causes. That if the spouse finds it intolerable, some women know that their husband, they cheat. You know, they know the fiancé self.
Yeah.
They will just allow you do it. She finds it tolerable. You understand? But if she does not find it tolerable, the language of law, if he or she finds it intolerable, she can ask for divorce, whether customary or otherwise. So the same thing applies. But who leaves the house? The law didn't say Mr. A. Of course, if the house was jointly built, the man who may not be able to stay, sometimes the man may leave and ask for, the sales for a fair share. The woman may also leave and ask for a sale for the fair share. But if not rented house, rent will expire now. If rent expires, these are natural things that the law may close eyes to it. But if it's a permanent structure owned by both of you, or the effort by both of you, then the law may come in. If you are going your way permanently in life, then there must be a fair share. But one thing I want to say, while we are wrapping up, ending of the fact that there was dissolution of marriage, whether by custom or under the act, that is court marriage, does not mean it is the end of love. The parties may still love yourselves and come back. When you come back, the only thing you'll be expected to do, if it's in customary practice, because of the children, possibly age don't come, and you've realized your mistakes, maturity has sealed in, you go back and pay back the dowry. That's the bride. You pay it. That's as to the custom.
Yeah. Because
it has been returned. So that time you not pay back. Then, if it is the marriage under the act, court marriage, the other absolute, that's nicer and absolute, that's what they say. Sometimes they crash them, they dissolve the marriage for 3 months, and thereafter it becomes final. Right. That if it is final, it does not mean that the parties cannot remarry. It is not a perpetual injunction that these people may not love themselves again. But if you want to come back, you will now go back and marry under the act again.
Again?
Yes. Right. It is just that marriage, that agreement between the both of you that was terminated.
All right, maybe this would be the last question. Welcome to the law today.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome. The call dropped. Remember that if you think that you want to stay anonymous and just ask your question, that can also work. especially for a conversation like this. I know that sometimes women may not want to call in. You don't want to call in because you think there is someone who would hear you or understand what's going on with you. So you can decide to stay anonymous and then ask your question. 0810-9510-951. That is 0810-9510-951. Then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 933 9962. All right, Victor Oko, what are those fundamental rights that a woman should understand? I mean, hold dearly, or some of those consents that you have seen over the years, and women are not even aware. I mean, you say it all the time. The law aids the vigilant, so you have to know.
Your equity aids the vigilant, not the
indolent.
Now, one thing I want to say is that when you go into a marriage, you just go with a pure heart.
Okay.
The man should also, accept you. Vice versa, both should accept themselves with pure heart. Sometimes we do this to educate. Like me, my wife, I don't meet them. The story is long. I'll cut them. I don't meet them with WAEC.
Yeah.
It happened somehow, some way. But to God be the glory today that I trained her to be a nurse. I built her to my own taste. You understand? So you do all of these things. So when it comes to fundamental rights, you can also, when you are in marriage, those rights naturally exist. But don't rub it on the face of the man and vice versa.
Okay. All right.
The woman too. Yes. The man too. No rubber on the face of the woman. Just leave and let's leave.
All right. We'll take this question. Welcome to the law.
Yeah.
Yes, welcome.
Morning, if you may handle.
Sorry?
Okay, no.
This is Today 95.1 FM, and this is clearly a female's voice.
I'm thinking it's 92.3, sorry.
All right, go on, please. All right. So how did I sound like a man? Sometimes I think callers don't even listen to the person talking. You just have an assumption, and then you just go and call a name. And some people say presenter when they don't know your name. But I'm shocked that I sound like a man. I don't think I sound like a man. All right. So are there other rights?
It's normal. You have a right to live as a woman in your husband's house. You have a right to own property. Hello?
Yes.
You have a right to own property. But if you own a property in your husband's house, let's say John is married to Nkechi, and while they were married like 10 years, Nkechi gets a good job, and Nkechi starts buying property in her name.
Yes.
If anything happens to Nkechi, it belongs to the man. So sometimes I tell people, you can allow your wife to own property. Some men will say, by our Igbo custom, you are supposed to buy it in my name. I own you. It's vice versa.
The woman buying with her money, yes, but she's buying in the man's name.
So that's what the Igbo custom say.
Okay.
Also the Ikure custom. But the law frowns at it. Now, the man can also decide to say, both of you can say, most men, they buy in their names.
Yeah.
But if you want to be safe, if the love is there is no pretense. There's nothing wrong buying in the names of Mr. and Mrs. Not Mr. and Mrs. So you put Mr. John Etuk.
Yeah.
And Mrs. Mary Etuk. If you put Mr. and Mrs. John Etuk, it's no good title. Even if there are exceptions to fight it. The important thing, money was paid and transaction. The persons are known. Now, when it comes to a man that has 2 wives, 3 wives, it is sweeter if you're a woman, you want to buy a property while in that marriage, maybe first or second or third or even 5th wife. If it's your money, buy it in your name. The implication is that when you buy it in your name, it is only your biological children that will inherit it.
Okay.
So yes, some women also buy in their name, believing that maybe if their husband
children.
maybe get as your village men used to do. When they have children outside, those children, the property owned by her will only be inherited by her own children. So there is nothing wrong. But if anything happens to the woman or the man, the paths to justice is equal.
All right. Thank you so much, Victor Roca, for coming and enlightening the woman on this. Thank you so much, and do have
So
a
if
great
you are
weekend.
if you're a girlfriend or a boyfriend, don't be scared. If you are planning, it doesn't work, you can still get your steam back.
Yeah.
You understand? People should learn how to live in the society. Don't be scared. It's if I do finish now, like this, but plan. If it works out, fine. If it doesn't work out, there is always a way. If you watch the woman at the equity, the pendulum standing, it's symbol of justice. She doesn't see justice. Doesn't see means no brother, no sister. You must be fair. If you have a good case, you keep your records. Look, I contributed to this. I've done a matter where the man bought those properties 3 years before the marriage. But 7 years after the marriage, the property was developed to a large extent. He sold the house because of the crisis. By 12 years thereafter, sold the house. We went to court to say, no, you can't sell and eat alone. The land was empty. Yes, you own the land, but the interest, we have interest, permanent interest on the land. It was a 2-story building going, and you sold it. So we had the court nullified the sales.
Wow.
Yeah, nullified the sales and ask for a fair share.
All right. Thank you so much,
Thank
and
you.
have a great weekend.
Thank you
Family
too.
Circle up next. Stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Today95.1fm.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelt.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
or even emotional wounds. However, experts say it won't. Let's discuss what every bachelor and single lady must get right first. So there's a foundation to the family itself, and it's being single, like I said earlier. So why do so many people think marriage will fix their personal problems? What are the dangers of entering marriage with that mindset? And can marriage actually make existing issues worse? We'll talk about all of that. And those are some of the questions I'm asking this morning, and what every bachelor and single lady must get right first. And I'm joined by my guest, Harriet Ojeba. It's good to... good
nice.
morning.
Good morning.
Yes. Welcome.
Thank
Looking
you.
stunning as always.
You are.
As always.
I know.
Welcome. Ooh.
Thank you.
All right. What every bachelor and single lady must get right first.
Yes. As a matter of fact, we did that last week.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is like a continuation, because there's no way you can finish that thing in 1 hour. So you were not here last week. We talked about character. We talked about acquired knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because, marriage is a beautiful thing, like I said earlier, very beautiful. When you marry right, and the first time, it's beautiful. You understand why God said, look, the first reason he created marriage was for companionship. Because 2 is better than 1.
Yeah.
That's when you have it rightly, you will enjoy it. But however, there are a lot of responsibility that's also attached in this institution. You don't just get married. You just go, let me just get married, God will take control. No. I've seen scenarios as a counselor, people come to me and every other thing, and they come in and like, oh, my partner did this, the problem about my partner, this. But when you find out, in the midst of the counsel, units and the sections, you find out that, it's not even their partner. It is them. The problem is them. They have issues, attitude issues. They have all this. But funny enough, most of them don't know. They are not aware that they have this character defect. So once you get these people fist, you fist the marriage.
Yeah.
Because they don't know. And they claim right that they are right all the time. It's my spouse, there's a course that I'm taking now. It's not a course. It's like not really a course, but it's an online course for married women, just strictly for married women. I'm trying to feast them, because sometimes they think it's all about their husbands and husbands. I don't need their husbands to feast them to get the marriage working. I only need these women. Because sometimes it's just about you getting it right, and you get everything. So marriage is not a place you go and resolve, some unresolved issues. You understand? It's not where you go to fix your emotional pains or wound. No. That's why in marriage you have to come in full. Your cup has to be full. Your partner cup has to be full. There's no half. There's no. Okay, mine might be full and yours is half. So when we come together, what happens? I'll pour into your cup. What happens to my cup? My cup will be halfway.
Yeah.
So marriage has to do with people that are home, complete people coming together. Do you understand? You've solved your own issues. That's why I say when you are single, that's the best time. That is the best time. That is when you have the opportunity to actually get that foundation, that strong foundation, marital foundation right. Because every character defect and everything, that is when you should put it in place. Some people right now, right? Their manifesto of marriage is being held, like I said last week, is being held by God Almighty. You have been praying last year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Your spouse are not come. What's happening? And you're a Christian, your hands are clean. Something is wrong. Go and check yourself. The Bible says, examine your way. It could be one of your character defects, and God is just looking at it. This is my child. If I give you husband now, or if I give you wife now, you will mess up your institution. I will not. Until you learn that character, you must throw it away. Then I will not give you. I will not answer you. Do you understand? So fixing yourself is very important, because sometimes you might not know. So I advise people, if you don't know, your parents, your mom knows you better. She better than you. She carried you for 9 months. So she knows you, your father, your parents, your siblings. They know. Even some of your close friends, they know. They can tell you, look, the way you talk to people, your manners of approach is not so nice. Oh, you're aggressive. Oh, you have this aggressive look. This non-approachable look. You have it is not too good. Oh. Do you understand? You begin to work on that, because that's the best time. You have to throw all those character defects in the dustbin, so that when you get married, it will be easier. It will be an easy access for you. So it is very important we do this. So yesterday and last week we talked about character.
Okay.
Because I say character is like smoke. Once you hit it with a little pressure, it will explode. There's no way you can cover smoke. It will find its way out. That's how character is. The people that grow up, they are never satisfied with what they have. Discontentment. They are never. You see me wearing this one now, is this dress they want? That one that they're wearing, they don't like it. And funny enough, they started when you were much younger, at the foundational stage. And your parents didn't really take note. That's why I tell parents, be very careful. Watch your children, their attitude, their character. If you buy something for all of them, watch one particular one who say, my own did not have this one seed, this one has green. The other person own does not, my own does not have green. Why does his own have green? Just call that child to order. Please, this is your own. This is what I give to you, and you appreciate it. If he continues again, set boundary. Take that thing from him and don't give him anymore. So that next time when you buy something for all of them, he learns to appreciate his own. Oh, my own is beautiful. I like this. But as parents, sometimes we just neglect this thing. We say it's not important and everything. These children grow up, even in their romantic relationship. It happens. They are never contented. Because if you're this woman that's always wanting somebody's thing, comparison. Hey, this person has this, I don't have this. It's about competition and all that. When you get married, what happens? You mess the whole institution because you are comparing your husband with another man. And the worst thing you can do to any man is to compare them to their fellow men. You bruise their ego. They hardly forgive you. So as a single, if you have that kind of attitude now, hearing the sound of my voice, you are discontented. You are not satisfied. Any small thing they give you, you look at what B is wearing, C is bearing. You don't have that confidence about what you are putting on. This is the best time to throw it in the dustbin. So we also spoke about information. Acquire knowledge. The Bible said, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. What you don't know, you suffer the consequences. Marriage is a journey that you have never embarked on before. You have never been there. So you need the geography of your destination in order for you to arrive safely without asking questions. It's like a man who has a GPS in his car and one who does not have a GPS in the car. They are going to a destination they don't know. What happens? The one that has a GPS in the car gets there faster. Because yes, they're just a direction. Left, right, center. You've been given a direction. But you, without a GPS, you have to put down your glass, ask questions. Hey, please, you know this place, you know this place, you know this place. Before you know it, you'll be misled. Because there are people who do not even know where you're going to. When you ask them, they will give you direction. And don't worry, sir, I know the place. They don't know it, but they just want to tell you, move here, and move here. So that's how marriage is. You need to acquire knowledge. What is marriage all about? What is my role as a woman? What is my role as a man? We have men that are emotionally unstable. Every woman pass, they like. Any woman is very they like this woman is beautiful. This woman is beautiful. You like every woman. You are in problem. No? You will be in trouble when you get married. Because then, you cannot stay with one woman then. Some of us women, we see this kind of men sometimes. We go ahead and get married to them, say, don't worry, it will change. Who told you can change a man? A man who likes every woman that passes his way. You think, because you are married to him, he's going to change overnight. No. Women don't change men. Men change when they want to change, when they feel like changing. When they've seen strong thing, in life. Then they change. So don't see a stark womanizer. You strong womanizer. You're saying, don't worry. If I get married to him, he will change. Who told you? Women are suffering right now. But they saw these things initially. They saw that this is a red flag. Anybody pass. I like this. They are emotionally unstable. You wait ahead and marry them. So as a man hearing the sound of my voice, if you're that kind of man, that's every woman that passes you like them, then you're in trouble. You have to bring that character. You need to work on yourself before you get married, or else you will mess up that institution. So what we're talking about today, let's say, the third one would be domesticated.
Okay.
Be domesticated. Not only for the women. The men as well.
Woman.
Yes, men, women, the men as well. Let me tell you a story of a man I know. The wife, he had a good job, was working in Total, good pay as at that time and all that. What happens? There was a downsizing and everything, so he lost the job and had 3 children with this lady. This lady could not stand it. Because when women get married to you because of money, what happened? When the money is not there, what happened? They become very uncomfortable because that's the reason they are married to you, the selfish reason. They become very uncomfortable. The woman could not stay and left. Funny enough, this man has to take care of these 3 kids. So he is a good cook. He goes to the market. He goes to the market. Sometimes you see in the market, you call market. They say, yes, what can I go do now? I can cook for my children now. Is there any big deal? He goes and cook for the kids. So sometimes it's not only about the women thing. Men, you also learn. So as a woman, as a mother hearing the sound of my voice, if you have a male child, begin to train them how to cook. So that women will not come and do shakara for them tomorrow. Like, you can't cook. There are some men that can cook very well. Yeah. If you don't want to cook, they get to the kitchen and they do their thing. You understand? There's peace in the home. So men should also learn. But for the women thing, there are things that are naturally God has given us as a gift. That's why God gave us womb as women. To be able to have a child for 9 months, and in the 10th month we can give back to that child. It shows what? We are caregivers. It shows that we are caregivers. Have you ever wondered how a child, a day-old, can just lash into the mother's nipple without being taught. Whatever. Have you ever thought of it? Sometimes I wonder, I think, God, this is a mystery. A child that is just born, you just take a child close to you. The next thing he wants to latch on you. Do you understand? He knows where food is. That shows what? That we are caregivers. We take care of children. Domestically, God has given us the gift, not the men. So let's not try to okay, sometimes the men can assist when they want to. But let's not make it as if it's their duty. But domestically, God has blessed us. That's why even our husbands are surprised how women can juggle so many things at the same time. A woman is a multiplier. It's an accelerator. Anything you give to a woman, she's a multitasker. She can be changing diaper. She's answering phone call. She's doing this at the same time. It's a gift. So we know when it comes to domestic duty, a woman should know what she ought to know. I was asking a young girl that was actually preparing for marriage, getting things done and everything. She came to me and I asked her, how far are you preparing for marriage and all that? How far have you gone and all that? The first thing that she could tell me I bought my shoes, so my wedding gown is ready and all that. I just laughed. I said, you're talking about the wedding. I'm not talking about the wedding. I'm talking about you preparing to become a wife, not for the wedding. The wedding, and author said, the wedding is just an initiation to marriage. The real business of marriage starts when everybody bids you goodbye. It's okay. Like in my case, my mommy called me into her chamber and said, look, you see this number of children I gave birth to? I gave birth to them for one man. I succeeded in my own marriage. You go and succeed. So you have that mindset like, look, you are going to win. If your mother has won, you will win as well. But now what are we having? We're having women who have this preconceived thought that as soon as the marriage gets ugly, I'm getting out. The marriage is going to get ugly because both of you were raised separately, different places. So there's when 2 or 3 are gathered, they must be stepping on toes. So the battle has not. In fact, you have been defeated even before the battle. That is what that's happening right now. So we must understand this. As a young girl, we must be domesticated. The lady told me the only thing that she can prepare is indomie and spaghetti. I was like, your husband is going to eat spaghetti all through. He said, that's why they're housemaid. That's why they're housemaid and all that. I didn't marry him to come and stay in the kitchen all through my life. For what? I was like, really? No problem. But I advise you, go and learn how to cook. What happened? The man lost the job. There was an issue. No finance anymore. All the housemaid were sent away from 3 cars to 1 car. They started managing and all that. We have to go and learn. But it was bringing issue in that marriage. And the marriage ended. Because you could not cook. You cannot manage anything given to you. Because you don't know how to do it. So there are certain things a woman should know how to do. That's why most men that are very lucky, that have women who are so homely, who take care of the house, very domesticated, good food, they might not know the blessing. They might not know what God has blessed them with until you see a bad wife. Then a bad wife, men are suffering right now. Bad women, I wouldn't say bad women, I don't know how they were raised. It could be their attachment style. Do you understand? But right now as we speak, it is women that used to suffer. Then they'll say, women, they're passing through. But right now, men are suffering. Because these children we are raising, I don't know what to say. They've lost touch. If I call them for anything, motherhood is sacrifice. We have lost it. Women are not patient. Nothing. They have, how did we get here in the first place? So as a young girl hearing the sound of my voice, go and learn how to cook. It is very necessary that you learn how to cook. It is important. If your child is 13 years old, as you heard my sound of my voice, and the only thing she can do, maybe she cannot even do anything. Because most women, they will look, ask girl, 3 o'clock, ask girl is still up. She has not slept. 3 a.m. She's still working. But your children are snoring. The moral codes and standard of value that you pass on to your daughters, you are passing it on to the ass girl. Thinking you are punishing the ass girl. Your children are sleeping. You are punishing your own children. Do you understand? Because sometimes you allow them, begging, let them sleep. Go and give this person to clean your shoes. Your children can't clean their shoes, isn't it? Do you understand? You do not know what you're doing. So as a young girl, hearing the sound of my voice, if you have not learned how to cook, not just cooking on me, varieties. Learn how to cook. Go to a catering school if you have to. Variety is the spice of life. They say a way to his man's heart is still the stomach. I have a friend. He's not married. I know him, a family friend. So he likes food a lot. So he told me, like, look, if I want to marry, that girl must know how to cook. Because if that girl does not know how to cook, we will have issues. Somebody that can bring popo, bring gari, bring loile, pack all of them together at one plate and be eating it. What kind of food is So tell you the extent at which he loves food. So you know what he does? So if he meets you and he likes you, because he likes fine girls, he told me he likes fine women. I said, look, if you are loving fine women, make sure that there's character attached.
Yeah.
Because he cannot go alone. You will be in trouble. Many men are in trouble right now because they marry beauty. But beauty won't raise your kids for you.
Yeah.
In fact, beauty won't do anything. Because at the stage, the man beauty that you married, after you see those nasty character, that woman won't be fine in your eyes anymore. In fact, when they tell you your wife is fine, you say, I see a demon behind this beauty you're saying, because nobody sees it. It's only you that is staying with this woman. So you know that beauty is out. So you must attach. You're looking for a beautiful woman. Character must be attached. It must be a value. So my brother said, if he sees a beautiful woman he likes, when he gets into a stage and he will ask the lady, flimsily, do you know I like to cook? What do you think about a man that cooks? You're like, man, that's good. Oh, I don't like kitchen. That would be very nice. Oh, I don't like kitchen at all. So you toss for me now, eat. The guy say, we just look at you. The next minute come. If I will call you again, delete your number so fast. Because he knows that if you cannot do this, it becomes a problem. Do you understand? That's what every young girl should know how to cook. There are things women should be supposed to do, learn naturally. Do you understand? It's not something that somebody should ask you to do. No, you should know. You should learn how to cook. Even if your mother didn't raise you that way, because there are kids that were not raised this way. They didn't even have the opportunity. But you can still learn. You can still learn on and learn. You can keep learning. So be domesticated. It is key. Then the next one will be learn how to dress.
Okay.
Learn how to dress. Learn color combination. It is key. Do you understand? Look, there are some places I will go to sometimes when people are picking things and items and all that. They will pick. But when I get there, I will just pick one thing. And when I pick it, they're like, Madam, now here you see this thing. I say, yes, it has been there. You didn't see it. Because you know. Do you understand? Learn color combination. Learn how to tie gele.
Yeah.
Gele that people tie. You can learn the basic one. I've seen gele bringing problem in a home, big home, in her husband and wife. Just this sign of gele. Because she had to go out to look for somebody to tie the gele. And your husband is waiting for you. Do you understand? Men sometimes are impatient when they are late. So just learn the basic way of tying gele. So that at any time, if you don't want to tie those professional type, you can just go to the mirror and tie it. It's easy. Learn how to dress. It is key. You could put on a white top, a black skirt, a red sneakers, and a red accessories. It's flattering. Like me, I don't go with trend. I go with things that flatters me. That when I come up, this is beautiful. So this can be trendy. But when I look at my body type, it doesn't suit my body type. It doesn't flatter me. Why will I want to wear that? So as a woman, there's a basic things you need to learn. Because some men want to showcase you sometimes based on how, you can carry yourself, you can dress, you look good and everything. Some men don't carry their wives out. Why? Because they tell you, let's go out. The way you would dress, in fact, their friends will laugh at them. So it's a basic thing as a single girl now. You need to learn how to dress. It's not from the womb. It's not something you get from the womb. You come and you learn. If you don't know how to do it, learn how to dress. Then learning how to dress is another issue entirely. Then presentation skills. How you wear these things. It's not about just bringing clothes for the wardrobe every morning you wear. But then, does that clothes actually give you that respect? Give you as an individual the respect, your family members, and the people you interact with? Does it reverence God that you say you serve? So all these are things that are very important. You see, our girls are getting naked. Teenagers, you see them, no bra, no pant. What is going on in society? So if you don't learn now when you are single, that's why I blame mothers. Parents, there should be this foundation. You're wearing a child that's just 2 years or 3 years old, a bomb short and a spaghetti top. And everyone, this child is fine. Hey, we like you. You're so chubby and everything. You are excited. That child will grow up and she will go naked. Because that's what she knows. That's the norms. That's how she was raised. So you must learn how to dress. Because the first 7 minutes, you can be judged with your appearance. First 7 minutes. 55% is how you look, your appearance. Somebody can just conclude by just seeing you. Without a car, if you come with the most expensive car, they might not see your car almost immediately. But it's you. What you wear says much about you. Your attitude towards yourself, to the people you are going to be in contact with, and to God Almighty Himself. So when I see women get naked, I say, look, men don't eat infested food. If you get naked, expose everything, fly will perch on you. And they will come and perch on you. And they will leave. They will go for those women who covers up. I feel this is insecurity. Women who get naked. They hear the sound of my voice this morning. It's insecurity. What do you want to flaunt? It's even more annoying that married women right now. That's why if you come to my shop, I'm a fashion designer and I have my rules, I have my boundaries. It's not your money that will feed me. God will feed me. Even if that's the last clothes I have to make, I don't have to make. Do you understand? God will feed me. You cannot come to me as Harriet. Oh, please, I want my cleavage to show. You're a married woman, you want your cleavage to show. Who are you exposing it to, for crying out loud? I will tell you, sorry, I cannot sew. I don't sew such a clothes. Go to another tailor. Take your money and your clothes. I don't sew. They know. If you go to my fashion page, you will see. I don't tolerate that. Because if we encourage this, people will keep coming to do such a thing as a Christian. So I wouldn't do it. So we must learn how to dress well. Because if you go for an interview, somebody that's well dressed has a 20% chance higher than you to be chosen. Even if you do have the same qualification. Do you know? So learn how to dress well. It is key. But what of home cleaning? Let's talk of home cleaning. Hygiene. There are women that are very dirty. Even as young girls, young men, very dirty. There are some men that cannot wash their boxers. Day in and day out. Maybe their parents will come, go and wash your boxers so it's smelling and everything. Take your stockings out. Oh, mommy, I better leave me, you're disturbing me. They get married, it becomes an issue. Do you understand? So these are the best time. These are the things you need to know, even as a man or as a woman. There are some men that go to the toilet. They don't clean up properly. They come back from their boxers is stinky. And they wear it all through the day. They come home and they just tuck it somewhere. These are the best time you begin to learn hygiene, taking care of your home as a woman, as a man. This is the best time you need to do that. Because marriage won't fix you. That's why we're having all this problem. People that are not fixed, they just come together, get married, and that's all. It's very important that we know how to do this. I don't know if you want to.
So when you talk about all of these that you've mentioned being domesticated, last week you started with character, learning all of this. How, for someone is listening and saying, is it possible to be all of this as a single person? I mean, could there not be areas that may be missing or lacking, or you may not have perfected, right? Yeah. And then maybe you're not expecting that this person understands. Maybe you're not expecting that this person understands that these are areas that you haven't worked on. But then you just progressive and you're hoping that you keep learning as you go.
Yeah.
Isn't that acceptable?
Yeah, it's acceptable if you're ready to learn.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's why we're here. That's why we are teaching, for you to know. That people are hearing the sound of my voice right now, they must have noticed one of two things they do wrong. So, they can easily pick it up. But the question here is that marriage will not fix you.
Okay.
Yes. Do this job before marriage. Marriage, being a single is just a platform for you to get things right. So when you go to marriage, you go with a full cup. Your partner comes with a full cup. When you pour the two cups together, it will overflow. That is what marriage is all about. You will not come into marriage, okay, I want marriage to fix me. Oh, I'm getting married because I want this financial security and everything. You too, are you okay financially? That's what will lead me to skills. Okay. It's important that every young girl, especially the women, listen and listen good. Learn handwork. Apart from your education, it's very important that you also learn skills as a woman. Because I was working, my husband was working at the stage. Every morning he's going out, me, I'm going out. You know what it means? Your kids need that attention. What happens? One day as a woman, you want to retire. So that you can have this one-on-one touch with your children. I had to retire at the stage. Do you understand? I wanted to be. That's why I came into my fashion designing as well. No, I have, anytime I close, I can go and pick my children anytime. I'm the manager. Do you understand? Nobody delegates duty to me and Harriet. No. So sometimes you have, nobody's telling you not to acquire education. Go to the highest level you can. But have one skills that you can fall back to as a woman, so that you can take care of your home. So the skills is very, very important. So you can learn as you go. But it's very important that some character defects, which is very important, that you drop it now when you are much single, when you are not married. Because that thing is capable of destroying your marriage when you get married.
Why do you think some people don't invest in these things? Why do you think that happens? Is it a personality thing, or their worldview, or they think, because actually there was a lady who put out something on social media saying that if you don't learn to be content with yourself as a single person, if you don't learn to love yourself, you don't learn to stay in your space, enjoy your space, that marriage will be difficult for you, because you'd understand that even in marriage there's solitude, because sometimes this person wants to just do their thing. And so if all of your dependence is on this person, you're going to suffer. So it just means that there are a lot of things you need to learn, just as you've been stating, Harriet. You need to learn on your own first before you get married. But why do you think people don't necessarily get these things done? What are the factors that affect that?
No, like I always say, foundation.
Okay.
Foundation is key. Foundation is key. Like my daughter now, I want to start raising her in the way I should raise her. Play my role as a mother. Do you understand? Because if you don't have that attachment style, nobody. Knowledge is everything. Knowledge is everything. Knowledge is power. They say once you are not informed, you are deformed. Sometimes you might think, because this is the way you were raised, this is the norm, this is the value. You might think that's what is obtainable. You don't really care. Do you understand? Because this is what you know. This is the value that was passed on to you. So sometimes that's why you take them when they come to counseling, I don't know, in this part of this world, they don't take counseling as serious, because sometimes these people just want to hear somebody different from the husband, from the wife, telling them that, no, we are not judging you, but this is what is obtainable. This is what is right. This is what will give you peace in the marriage. Do you understand? Because what they know is this. This is how they were raised. So all this issue has to do with foundation sometimes, and people that are also ready to learn, because you can have a very wrong foundation. You might grow up from this kind of home that nobody cares, you were not well raised and every other thing. But I've seen people who were also raised from this kind of homes, and they become somebody because they're ready, they're teachable, they're ready to learn. Like some people that can hear the sound of my voice right now, they're learning. If I tell you the thousands and millions of people that are listening to this program right now, learning from it on every Saturday, you'll be amazed. That are people that are teachable, that are ready to learn, and they work with it, not just by hearing, but they also apply it. So sometimes I feel this is a foundation, and I feel ignorance is also part of it. If you don't know, what you don't know, you suffer the consequences. You don't know, you don't know. Do you understand your ignorance of it? So that's why you need someone else, a neutral person, not to judge you, but to let you know that this is not right. This is what is obtainable. And that's where counselor comes in. Because your relations can tell you, and you feel, they are biased. These people are biased. They just want to tell me this, to get something from me. No, but this is a neutral person coming to tell you that, look, no, this is what is obtainable. We are not judging you. You might be right. This is how you were raised. Nobody's judging you, but this was what we give you peace in this marriage. Do you understand? So it matters. These things matters a lot.
All right, let's get to hear from the listener. You've been hearing some of these tips because some people think marriage is the space or the place where you go to and begin to work on a lot of things about you. Okay, when I get there, I'll work on my character. When I get there, I'll learn how to cook. When I get there, I'll learn how to manage money. When I get there, I'll learn. I'll start learning. Or you put the responsibility on someone who you don't even know has the capacity to help you. You don't even know if the person has a master's degree in financial management. So you say the person will help me. And when you go there, you're shocked that the both of you, the person is even worse than you are. All right. So my guest this morning, Harriet Ujawa, is saying you must have to learn these things on your own first. I mean, make an effort, get to a particular point of growth. And you can also sincerely understand that this is family circle 0810 9510951. That's the number that you can call 0810 9510951. You can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339962. Welcome to Family Circle.
Good morning, presenters.
Good morning.
You have done a very good job this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. I really learned a lot from what you taught today. Okay, Ma, please, I want you to advise me on an issue. From what you taught, I was just pondering about some things that happened. Based on the fact that we're talking about people who are getting prepared for marriages and all that. So there's this thing that happened to me. There's this guy who intends to date me. But for the very first time, he agreed.
Can you move your mouth a little away from the mouthpiece? There's this splash, so we can get your voice clearly.
Is it better now?
Oh, yes, it's better.
Okay. So there's this guy who intends to date me. I think the purpose is for us to actually get married and all that because we've been seeing ourselves for some time. So for the very first time, he agreed to visit me. We agreed the bill, the time, and everything. I actually even shared some things I was doing, just as usual. But after going to the market, doing all the blah 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 blah, expecting. You didn't show up. And so I was expecting that, okay, even if something came up and you are doing something, you're supposed to call and say, girl, this is what is up for us, this is what happened as a result of that. You didn't call, no text, message, nothing. And I intentionally didn't want to call you because me too, I'm still testing and also, expecting what any other responsible man should do naturally. So I didn't call. So the next day I texted him and said, you are not a man of your word. I just stopped today. So I think after 2 days, he didn't even say anything. After 2 days, he now called me and said, sorry, something came up. That's why you didn't show up. And I'm like, well, after 2 days, and if I had not texted you, you wouldn't have responded. So what happened? You couldn't just call or just tell me. Just to cut long story short, I said, okay, no problem. I always believe that there's a second chance. Probably it was beyond his his wish or whatever. So the second time we had another agreement that he's going to show up. And I, as usual, again, I did what is necessary, expecting him to show up again. He didn't. And when he didn't show up this time, I noticed when I texted him that one and said, you're not a man of your word. I saw his reaction in the tone of his voice. So I decided not to text him this time around or not to call. So when he didn't show up, I was expecting that maybe he has learned his lesson from the first time and he's going to do what is right. I saw you for more than 3 days, I didn't hear from him. For me, I just told myself, this one is out of it. I just ruled him out and I didn't call him, I didn't bother. And from that time, he started calling me. After a week later, I started calling. I just blocked his line. I just want to know, am I wrong? Going forward, that what I'm looking for is not a relationship, is, heading somewhere. So I just blocked his line and I don't want to have anything to do with him. You think I'm too harsh on him? Please, I want to know.
All right.
Baby, let me answer this. For those you love, you find time for them. Yes. No matter how busy you are. If a man loves you, the communication will never be one-sided. Will never. Read me. I'm sure you can hear my voice. When a man loves you, the communication will never be one-sided. In fact, he will be the one wanting to see you all the time. Sometimes as women, we see these red flags, But sometimes because we see, maybe our biological clock is ticking. Oh, there's no another man and all that. You understand? We take some rash decision. This is a red flag already. It's indirectly tell you. Men, sometimes they are not verbal. They will just come with these non-verbal clues. Sometimes they don't want to tell you how they feel because maybe you feel bad. Probably they've been dating you for some time right now. So if they tell you they don't really like you, they have another person, you might feel bad. So they don't talk most times. But there are signs, those non-verbal clues. They'll begin to tell you no communication, their behavior. You say they're coming today, tomorrow, they will not come. You take men by their words. Their actions, take them by their actions, not by their words. If you want to be a powerful woman, a powerful young girl, take men by their actions, not by their words. Because they will come and they will sweet tongue you. Oh, I love you. I made a mistake. I would have called you. Oh, my darling. I was somewhere, He was supposed to call. A woman who was taking her time, a young lady, taking her time to prepare meal for you. There was an arrangement. There was a date. The day, in fact, a day exceeded it. You didn't call her even prior to the time that, look, oh my darling, I'm so sorry, something came up. Oh, hey, I'm so sorry. Now I'll pay for the meal. Just cover it. I'm coming here. That kind of a thing. Women are driven by words. A woman is not asking for too much. Just convince them by words. That's why you see the men can rubbish women anyhow, because they know that women are carried away by words. Just tell that one sweet thing that they want to hear, and that's all. So for a man to keep quiet, the first time he did it, the second time he repeated the same action. Do you understand? You don't need to even ask me that. That is a red flag she should take off. She doesn't even need to ask me that. Now it's normal. We feel guilty as women. Are like, hey, maybe this man is the man I want to marry now. Hey, maybe he's just trying to play pranks on me and everything. You go again, over again. Call this man. This man will repeat himself. Repeat it again. And eventually maybe you ended up getting married to this man. You think it's going to be a different person. It's even going to be worse off. Some of these women we see this kind of men we get married to. There's some women that we will fight with other women to get a very particular man. They will say, oh, they are the strong person, they are the Igbe witches. They are able to succeed to get the man. They're happy. Do you understand? You will keep fighting all the days of that marriage. Do you understand? So we see these things, we get into it. For those you love, If a man loves you, the communication will never be one-sided. She is the one that's going to be pulling the call, wanting to talk to you. How far? Are you okay? Did you make this? Oh, you made this for me. Oh, I'm coming. I can't wait. For those you love, you find time for them. So you are not wrong, my dear. You're not
All
wrong.
right. Welcome to Family Circle.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Queen.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Mrs. Harris.
Good morning.
I call you family doctor every Saturday.
We thank God, sir.
Every Saturday that you're on the studio, I normally use the family doctor. But one of the problem is that I don't know how many women are listening to the program every Saturday. I mean, that has been a good thing in the family. Considering the fact that we have so many toxic families this period, in this time. So I wish that your message should be going around to our various wives and women in the society. Lady Queen, last night we were discussing on today's woman, issue of woman cooking or thereabouts. You remember?
Yes, I remember.
And you people were trying to paint it.
No, nobody was painting anything. Everyone just had their opinion.
Yeah, I'm glad that the family doctor in the house has also thrown more light on the need for a woman to know how to cook and cook good food and make it a role in her life, in as much as fall within the family. Okay. So I am happy that she has done justice to it again. So all I can say is that she should keep it up. And then we too, we are also learning. And believing that women should also learn more than the men too. Thank you very much.
All right. We had a conversation on today's woman.
Okay.
And so I think one of the major questions were if a woman likes to cook, knows how to cook, but does not like to cook.
Yes, it's a different thing. Yes,
is it a problem?
Yes, it's a different thing.
And we had people calling and give their opinion, and everyone say, "Oh, we had a lot of men say, no, you must cook." Oh, some said, "Well, it's fine." I mean, it was just a lot. But good morning, the presenter and the guest. How I wish mothers are listening to you. They call it dressing hot and modern. A man can do anything to eat the uncovered food. Can never make you his wife, Mr. Dennis.
Of course, absolutely.
Please, there is this. Okay, let's take this call. Okay. Welcome to today's Family Circle.
Okay, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
I just joined you guys now, but I just had one or two things and someone else called. The guy just said, "My name is Cowboy."
All right,
I'm
go on, please.
From Oguniva.
All right, then.
Yeah. You call me Cowboy, I give you $1. Okay. See, you're talking about the woman cooking very good, very well. It's very important. It's good, but even if the woman doesn't cook very well, it's not compulsory. You can still send her to a catering school if you want her to learn how to cook to your taste.
You know, you said you just joined. There was that point of, is she teachable?
Yeah. But let me just, I'm talking in terms of future generally. So what cooking is the external. What matters most is the internal, which is the behavior, the attitude, the intelligence. Does she have the intelligence to teach your kids when you're not around? Do homework? God forbid you're back and you're not alive? Can she be able to say, okay, look at the vision of my husband, let's go towards this way? Know how to sign documents? Those are the basic things. I might be wrong. I'm saying this of time. Most women, allegedly, let me put that word, allegedly in quote, as schemers. They hide their character. They look for the richest among the suitors and marry him. And when the money is not coming like before again, the comfort is not there again, problems start arising. So it's like the desirable become available. How did I put it? So no matter how heavily it rains, you cannot wash off the spot of your leopard.
All right then.
Until you change your character before marriage. That's better for you. But if you try to say this guy is the richest, which has been doing, if they don't agree, your mother will beat them, you will end up not enjoying it. Cowboy. I'm calling you from somebody.
All right, cowboy. Good morning. It's a text message. Good morning, Queen and Mrs. Harriet. Let me commend Mrs. Harriet for foresight, boldness, and professionalism of putting all these points. The level of nakedness and irresponsibility in our young ladies is extremely alarming and appalling in the society. I want to settle down in marriage, but I'm finding it quite challenging because I had not been able to discover the taste I'm looking for. All I see is just buy me this, give me this, then send me this. I'm sick and tired from Sunday Rumuibo. All right. Today FM, God bless you people. Madam, you have said it all. I love everything you have said. In fact, you were talking to me. You see, my wife is the best I have seen in cooking and everything due to I don't know how to cook, but God answered.
Please let's applaud the wife.
God answered
and
me
please connect her to me. I like women like this.
Okay.
I'm trying to form an organization of women in their divine purpose.
Okay.
Yes, I love her. Then.
I have seen her cooking, but God answered me by giving her to me. My guys would be like, "You're getting fat." Even me notice I'm getting fat every day. All thanks to my love, my joy giver. This is sweet.
Yeah, this is sweet. We applaud her.
Yeah, and Mrs. Harriet, I hope that partners get to. I mean, like his He's grateful to God for his wife. I hope that partners really see the effort that their partners put in and appreciate them.
Yes, thank you.
Because sometimes people can get too familiar and too used to.
Thank you. That's what I said earlier. Yeah. You know, most men that have these good wives, they don't know.
Yeah.
They hardly acknowledge it until the woman, somebody, because one day one has to leave.
Yeah.
The earlier you acknowledge them, the better for them. A woman is not asking for too much. Attention is one of the core needs of a woman. Like Harriet, just if I'm doing one little thing like this, just come and say, Harriet, this thing is fine. You know, you've tried. I will do it over and over again. Yeah. Do you understand? I feel valued. You say this thing is fine. You understand? That's why you see some people go to my platform and like, oh, madam, you're trying and all that. They don't know what they're doing. It makes me want to do more. Do you understand? Makes me want to give. Every Saturday I leave my house. It takes time to fill my car and everything. Nobody's pouring my car for me. Yeah. But then it's the passion, coming to win souls. That's what drives me. Yeah. So if I see somebody just applaud and like, oh, Harriet, this is nice. You're trying.
It's encouraging.
It's encouraging.
And this is from a stranger.
From a stranger.
Let's talk of your
Not
partner.
even for my partner.
Yes.
Do you understand? So it's very necessary you tell these women when you have a good woman. I just appreciate this man now because he appreciated the wife openly.
I like it.
And I'm sure you do.
I mean, I like it. Every woman wants a man who can do that. Welcome to Family Circle.
Let me appreciate you, Queen Chema. You're trying.
Okay, thank you.
Wellington from Ukrika.
Wellington, welcome.
Madam Harriet.
I hear you, I know.
You're doing great. And my wife said she greet you.
Especially for me, I beg.
You're doing great. Thank you.
Thank God.
All right. You're welcome, Wellington. Thank you so much. I don't know. I think we can spare a call or two. 0810-951-0951. Welcome to Family Circle.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
My name is Precious.
All right, Precious. Can you speak audibly?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, it's better. Go on, please.
Okay, my name is Precious, calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, Precious,
go ahead.
Go on, please.
Okay. I really appreciate. Like, I learned a lot today. I'm so grateful.
Name again, Precious. And Precious, connect with me, I would like to talk to you right after now.
Okay, I really appreciate. I just want to say thank you.
We thank God. Don't worry, I will talk to you.
Yeah, please stay on the show so you get
my number,
channels and numbers of connection, right, Precious?
Okay.
It's teachable. I like that.
Yes.
And she sounded these are the people I want to. I am telling you.
All right. This message says, Queen and the wonderful guest, please, which of the factors affect man and woman? Is it hereditary, environmental? John Google. I don't quite understand.
I don't get it as
I don't
well.
quite understand the question.
And like hereditary or environmental as well too.
Okay.
Where you grow, your environment.
Oh,
They influences you as well too.
Okay, if that's what you mean, and because I don't know the direction to which you were asking that question, but then thank you so much for texting. Mrs. Harry, before I get back to you, maybe we can take one more call.
Okay.
Who is that person who would call? 08109510951. But then, speaking to that single person, whether man or woman now, what are your words to that person who's someone has already strategized that is in marriage, that I'll do the work, and you're saying no, do the work now? All right, let's take this call and then we'll go back to that question. Welcome.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome. Please, a minute. The call dropped. Welcome.
Thank you, teaching man.
Yes.
And thank you, Mrs. Harris.
Yes.
Good welcome, morning. Dr. Chris.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Harris, you know we're supposed to hook up as regards the thing you sent to me.
I sent you a message now.
Yes, I haven't heard from you since then. So please, can we redo that, please?
Okay then, I will, because it's close by, very close by now. 27th of May is closed.
Thank you, my God bless you.
All right, he said, I think that's what he wanted to, the information he wanted to pass.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, back to that, the question I asked earlier. One thing you're saying to that young man or young woman before marriage.
Okay. Just know that marriage won't face you. You have to get prepared. You have to come with your full cup. Your partner has to come with a full cup, so that when you pour it together, it overflows. Because if you don't do that, and if you come halfway with the half cup, your partner will have to pour in your cup. And his own cup, what happens? It becomes halfway. So it's very important that if you have any character defect, don't you know who you are? Sometimes you know that you have some character defect. Put it in the dustbin right now, because it's capable of destroying that marriage. It's very brave. But I want them to understand something right now too. There's something there's in my page right now. That's why I tell people, please go to my page. You will learn a lot. I did something. I don't know. Maybe you saw it in my statues, presentation skills. Yeah. Because sometimes it's not a job about knowing how to prepare food. I want to see men as a king in their castle. Do you understand? And that's how I also treat my husband as a king. They are kings. You understand? If you treat them like a king, they will treat you like a queen as well. So sometimes, presentation king, you can know how to cook very well, but the manner of presentation is another issue. Some people can just put gari, put rice, everything put together like sacrifice. Man, some people will keep the best plate for visitors to come. You'll be keeping that plate until a visitor comes. Who is better than your household, than your husband? So use that best plate to give your husband food and serve it properly. Presentation skills, where you keep your fruits, your gari. Sometimes I want to design gari, that's me for you. You might not have that time, but I feel anything I should do it very well. So it's in they should go to my page right now, Premier Women International on Facebook. You will see where I did it. Presentation skills, how you can mold gari in different shapes. You understand? Your fruits, how you should cut it, and every other thing. These men are your odogus. When you treat them like odogus, they will treat you like Achalugo that you are. I am telling you. All right.
So go through the social media platforms.
My social media platform is Premier Women. Facebook, Premier Women International. Then Instagram is Premier Women _women. Okay. TikTok, Premier Women as well.
There's an event coming up.
Yes, my event is coming up.
Young
people, please. It's not something I want to. In fact, every parent hearing the sound of my voice, if you have a teenager, they are youths, please. They should be in Sunta Event Center on the 27th of May. I went to the hall. I was amazed because that was the first time we just paid. But I've not been to the hall. Somebody told me that hall is one of the best hall. I got there. It's so massive. Ventilated, has everything that you think. So it's not something that you are going to stampede. No. They're going to be comfortable, full AC. In fact, I don't want to say what will happen on that day. Right. I'm just telling everybody that can hear the sound of my voice, because we are going to be having renowned professors from various walks of life. They're going to talk to our children about purpose, about value, it's about identity, know who you are. Do you understand? They should have a focus. Even entrepreneurship. Financial discipline. We want to raise them now.
All right.
In the normal way. We're
All
out
right,
of time.
Mrs. Harriet, thank you so much. That's our show, Family Circle, on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. The world news coming up shortly. Just stay. I'm Queen Chima. Good afternoon.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Queen Chima. The headlines. Rivers State Governor Siminala Ifubara advocates for democracy, social justice and improved welfare for workers. Nigerian Citizens Association in South Africa offers free repatriation flight to Nigerians willing to return home permanently. Troops of Joint Task Force Northeast Operation Hadinkai announces rescue of 6 abducted women in Borno State. On the foreign scene, US FDA proposes excluding key active ingredients used in leading obesity and diabetes treatment from its bulk drug substances list. Now the detail. Rivers State Governor Siminala Ifubara has commended workers in the state for their resilience, dedication and invaluable contributions to development in the state. Governor Fubara made this commendation during the 2026 Workers' Day celebration at Isaac Borough Park in Port Harcourt, where he noted that Workers' Day, which originated from the struggle for an 8-hour workday in the United States, has evolved into a global event recognizing the contributions of workers to national growth and development. Represented by his deputy, Professor Ngozin Modu, the governor described workers as the backbone of sustainable development, stressed that no society can thrive without their efforts, and commended Rivers workers for their loyalty and commitment. Though he said that workers play vital roles across key sectors, including education, healthcare, infrastructure, and industry, adding that their contributions have enhanced access to quality education and healthcare, supported job creation, and stimulated economic activities across the state. While acknowledging the economic challenges faced by many workers, including the rising cost of living, Governor Fubara assured that the government remains committed to implementing policies that will enhance workers' welfare and overall well-being. Governor Fubara equally recognized the bold and daring economic reforms of President Bola Tinubu, which he said have stabilized the economy, enhanced foreign exchange liquidity, lowered inflation, and achieved significant growth in the nation's gross domestic product.
Vital social force. No society can thrive without labor. Workers are the foundation of sustainable development, and their productivity shapes the wealth and the growth of every nation. We highly appreciate the cost of living difficulties faced by most workers and ordinary people across the country, mainly caused by incorrect economic policies of the past national government. Nevertheless, let us recognize the bold and daring economic reforms of our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which have stabilized our economy.
He noted that in addition to raising the minimum wage, the president recently approved new welfare incentives for federal civil servants, highlighting the importance of workers in revenue generation and governance, noting that taxes paid by workers enable government to provide security and essential social services. He reaffirmed the state government's recognition of labor as a critical partner in achieving its development blueprint, appreciating workers' daily contributions to building a peaceful, secure and prosperous river state. Governor Fubara further urged organized labor to use the occasion to reaffirm its commitment to the progress of the state while continuing to advocate for democracy, social justice, and improved welfare for workers.
Apart from raising the minimum wage, Mr. President recently approved new welfare incentives for federal civil servants. Therefore, for us, the economic glass is now half full rather than half empty. Our economy is an unstoppable positive path under our president, and it can only improve further for our nation and everyone else. Let us continue supporting the policies of Mr. President as we forge ahead.
In his address, the state chairman of the Nigeria Labour Congress, Alex Agwonwo, commended Governor Siminalayi Fubara for his steadfastness, genuine commitment and passion for workers in Rivers State. He highlighted key achievements of the administration, including the implementation of the National Minimum Wage Act, the renovation of the State Secretariat, the reopening of the River State Transport Company, RTC, and the consistent payment of end-of-year bonuses to public workers. Agwonwo noted that workers as drivers of productivity understand the challenges involved in building a prosperous river state, stressing that they are well equipped to contribute meaningfully to the growth and development of the state. The River State Council of the Nigerian Union of Journalists has lined up activities to commemorate this year's World Press Freedom Day with the theme Shaping a Future at Peace. Although World Press Freedom Day, as declared by the United Nations, is observed annually on May 3rd, the River State Council of the NUJ has scheduled its activities for Monday, May 4th, 2026. In a statement jointly signed by the chairman of the Planning Committee, Chief Titus Eze, and the Secretary, Joy Grant Amadi, Professor Christopher Ochonogo, head of the Department of Media and Journalism, University of Port Harcourt, will deliver the keynote address. The sub-speaker will be Pastor Pius Idume, River State Overseer and Coordinating Overseer, South-South Deeper Christian Life Ministry. Activities marking the World Press Freedom Day will commence with a Freedom Walk at 7 a.m., followed by a symposium at 11 a.m. at the NUJ Press Center. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, says the Supreme Court ruling on the party's leadership tussle has strengthened its faith in the judiciary. Speaking to newsmen in Port Harcourt, the outgoing chairman of the ADC in River State, Leader Sampson, said the ruling has provided the party with a clear pathway forward. He also described the judgment as an opportunity for stock-taking and deeper reflection.
This ruling has brought clarity and reaffirmed our collective belief in due process, justice, and strength of our democratic institution. For us here in River State, this moment is not about looking back. It is about moving together. This is a time to strengthen our bond as a united political family. This is a time to recommit ourselves to the vision and values of the ADC. The judgment marks the beginning of a new chapter of our party, one that calls for discipline, focus, and collective effort from every member.
Leader Samson therefore called for renewed commitment from all members and stakeholders in spreading the party's message and ideology to the people of River State. Today, FM's Uchendu Joe reports that Samson also reaffirmed the state chapter's support and loyalty to the party's national chairman, David Mark. There are indications that many top leaders of the African Democratic Congress are planning to defect to the National Democratic Congress NDC ahead of the 2027 general elections. Our correspondents gathered that among those at the center of the unfolding realignment is the Labour Party's 2023 presidential candidate, Peter Obi. Sources close to the former Anambra State governor said the move followed growing dissatisfaction with the internal structure of the ADC and rising uncertainties after a Supreme Court judgment. The court judgment delivered on Thursday, though seen by some as a temporary relief, deepened anxiety among coalition leaders ahead of the 2027 elections. Or how the Apex Court vacated the earlier injunction that removed David Mark and Rauf Aribashola as national chairman and secretary, respectively, the ruling stopped short of resolving the substantive leadership dispute, instead returning the matter to the Federal High Court for continuation. With the core issues still to be decided at the lower court, there are fears that the final outcome could disrupt the party's leadership at a critical moment in the election cycle. While insiders said the situation, coupled with a running battle with followers of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, forced Obi and his loyalists to reconsider their stay. Another aide of the former governor confirmed the plan. When contacted, the national coordinator of the Obedient Movement, Yunusa Tanko, declined to confirm or deny the development, but reiterated that Obi would contest in 2027. Amid rising unrest in South Africa, the Nigerian consulate in the country, in collaboration with the Nigerian Citizens Association in South Africa, has offered a free repatriation flight to Nigerians willing to return home permanently. The president of Nikasa, Frank Onyekwelu, who spoke to newsmen, acknowledged that the situation had forced many Nigerians to shut their shops and businesses. According to him, there is currently no structured support system in place for affected Nigerians, but the consulate's intervention is already providing an option for those who wish to leave. Onyekwelu said many Nigerians were already indicating interest in returning home. Meanwhile, Nigerians in South Africa have narrated their harrowing experiences. They lamented that the recurring violence had continued to threaten their safety, livelihood, and mental well-being. Those who spoke to newsmen said they had been forced to stay indoors and were now living in constant fear and amid targeted attacks on foreign nationals. Violent anti-foreigner protests erupted in cities such as Pretoria, Johannesburg, Durban, East London, and parts of KwaZulu-Natal, resulting in harassment, looting, property damage, and injuries. This has triggered fear and panic within the diaspora community, with the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission directing Nigerian business owners to temporarily shut down to minimize risks and avoid losses. The Nigerian Bar Association has called for a fundamental restructuring of legal practice in Nigeria, urging lawyers to abandon founder-dependent models in favor of institutionalized partnerships that can endure across generations. Speaking at the Convergence Africa Masterclass 26 for Law in Abuja, the NBA president, Afamusigwe, stressed that many firms remain tied to the lifespan or health of their founders, a trend he said undermines sustainability and limits the profession's growth and global competitiveness. He advocated for a new approach built on shared responsibility, succession planning, and collaboration, noting that partnership-based structures would allow firms to pool intellectual and financial resources, attract talent, and remain operational beyond the founder's active years. According to him, such a shift would enable Nigerian law firms to evolve into enduring institutions capable of delivering consistent, high-quality legal services over time. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. To stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Now, the rest of our stories. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has dismissed claims of a leadership vacuum following a recent Supreme Court ruling insisting that its leadership structure remains intact and fully functional. Addressing a press conference in Abuja, the party's National Publicity Secretary, Jogundo Mohammed, stated that Abdurrahman Mohammed continues to serve as the legitimate national chairman alongside Samuel Anyanwu. He clarified that the Apex Court's judgment focused solely on the legality of the Ibadan Convention and did not address or invalidate the current National Working Committee, NWC. Mohammed explained that the court nullified the convention and dismissed an appeal by a rival group for lacking merit, stressing that issues such as suspension or expulsion of party officials were never part of the case at any judicial level. He rejected claims of a leadership vacuum or any interim takeover, describing such narratives as deliberate distortions aimed at misleading the public. The party also refuted suggestions that its board of trustees could assume control, noting that such powers are not provided for in the PDP constitution. Troops of the Joint Task Force Northeast Operation Hadinkai said they have rescued 6 abducted women, including children, and have reunited them with family members in Ngoshi community, Goza, local government area, Borno State. In a statement by Media Information Officer Headquarters Joint Task Force Northeast, Operation Hadinkai, Lieutenant Colonel Sani Uba, noted that the rescue operation followed sustained offensive actions, including recent air interdiction missions targeting terrorist enclaves in the Mandara Mountains. According to the statement, acting on credible intelligence, troops of OPIC, while returning from an overnight offensive operation in the early hours of 1st of May 2026, intercepted and rescued the 6 women and children around Amuda, a deserted area between Ngoshi and Gava, known for terrorist transit activities. The rescued victims were identified as Zainab Idris, Fatima Abubakar, Maimuna Abdul Rashid, Muhammad Idris, Sadiq Abdullahi, and Fatima Abdul Rashid. The statement further revealed that preliminary debriefings revealed that they were among residents abducted during the terrorist attack on Ngozi community on 3 March 2026 and had been held in captivity at the terrorist enclave in Kava before escaping. During the rescue, the troops said they came under sporadic enemy fire as fleeing terrorists attempted to pursue the escapees. Following the rescue, the victims were immediately administered first aid and medical checks at the military facility before being formally handed over to community authorities. The armed forces of Nigeria assured the public of their unwavering commitment to securing all communities, rescuing abducted persons, and eliminating terrorist elements from all enclaves across the northeast region. There is a Mwe Ulayin Council, Umeze Community Development Committee, CDC, Ubele Council of Chiefs, and the entire people of Ubele community have congratulated their illustrious sons, High Chief Salvation Ezogogo, the Ukaume one of Ubele ethnic nation, and Dr. Charles Awuji on their nomination for chieftaincy conferment as the Ugwe one and Adaibe one, respectively. The chieftaincy conferment will be performed by His Imperial Majesty Eze Kelvin Ngozi Anugo Ezekbe Lugu III and the Akalaka 12th. In a statement jointly signed by Inyeweli Community Paramount Ruler High Chief Prince Chiwetu Ezegogo, Acting Eze Unwe Ula Ubele, and CDC Chairman Oluf Ubele Community, Chief Kelvin Ebenezer, said the titles were well-deserved and projects them being a philanthropist and a peacemaker. The statement also revealed how the two sons have assisted in the sponsorship of individuals from secondary to tertiary education, built town halls, church auditorium, parsonage, aided medical cares, attracted other infrastructural development within Ikweya communities and beyond, and promotes peace. The statement thanked Ikweya Supreme Monarch on rightly choosing square pegs in square holes to confer prestigious titles, which literally means the rock and salt of Ikweya land, respectively. They prayed that God Almighty continue to guide and guard Ikweya Supreme Monarch in deciding the fate of the ethnic nation. On the foreign scene, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, has proposed excluding key active ingredients used in leading obesity and diabetes treatments from its bulk drug substances list. FDA Commissioner Marty Makary said the decision underscores the agency's duty to protect patients and uphold the integrity of the drug approval process, noting that compounding is only permissible when there is a clear clinical need and no approved alternatives. The agency said it found no such need for compounding drugs containing semaglutide using Ozempic and Wegovy or tirzepatide found in Zepbound and Mounjaro. While compounding uses approved ingredients, such drugs themselves are not FDA verified, unlike generics, which must meet strict regulatory standards, including therapeutic equivalents. Compounding of these high-demand weight loss treatments had previously been tolerated due to shortages and surging demand, but concerns over quality, dosing, and compliance, as well as revenue losses for manufacturers, have intensified scrutiny. The proposal is open for public comment until June 29 and has already lifted investor confidence, with shares of both companies rising following the announcement. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has advocated for democracy, social justice, and improved welfare for workers. Nigerian Citizens Association in South Africa has offered free repatriation flight to Nigerians who are willing to return home permanently. We told you that troops of Joint Task Force Northeast Operation Hadinkai has announced the rescue of 6 abducted women in Borno State. On the foreign scene, you also heard that US FDA has proposed excluding key active ingredients used in leading obesity and diabetes treatment from its bulk drug substances list. That was the news as edited by Uchinde Jowo. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram TodayFM951, X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube Live, Today95.1fm. My name is Queen Chima. Good afternoon, and thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiakpo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Please listen to this infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Countryman, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Food ground, as every Christmas have been boundary, seeking a self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition wey don become ogbarogba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices wey near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is male-related health challenges. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Man problem can be seen in men whenever it frequently occurs that a man is unable to satisfy his partner when it comes to man and woman interaction. It can feature in many ways. In some, it is possible for them to experience poor energy, a situation where a man is unable to get into the act at all. In some are preparing to get into the act, but unfortunately, they just discover that the energy dropped. That is called early ejaculation. It is possible for a man to get into the act and discover that he is unable to stay more than a minute. That is called premature ejaculation, as the case may be. Some may experience total loss of energy. In some, it can be as a result of excessive tiredness after the whole exercise. And some can experience total loss of the energy for even weeks or months. A number of factors can be responsible for this. In some, it can be as a result of infections, of which staphylococcal infection, gonococcal infection are inclusive. There are other infections that are capable of destroying the nerves or the blood volume, making a man to become totally weak. It is not only infections that do destroy the energy in men that have to do with satisfying their partner. When one has used some drugs for a very long period of time, it is possible for one to experience this. In some, it can be as a result of drug abuse. Drug abuse can feature in many ways. Some do abuse alcohol. Some do abuse energizers. People that are faced with sugar problem, that is, diabetes mellitus, if it is not controlled properly, it can weaken the nerves And under that condition, a man may not be able to stand like a real man again. It is possible for a man suffering from pile to also be very weak in this aspect. And under this condition, there will be serious waist pains. Not only waist pains, there can be stooling of blood. In some, you discover that there can be serious constipation, a situation where a man will wake up and is unable to free his fecal waste. He has to take some regimens for him to be free from such as well. It is possible when there are hormonal changes in a man for a man to be very weak in this aspect. Stress also has a role to play. We should not forget that under depression, the energy a man needs to get into this act can disappear completely. Whichever the case may be, we have to understand this line of action in a man, that before a man is able to stand like a real man, the arousal center in the brain must be stimulated. And it is after this stimulation that energy or signal is sent to the male organ through nerves. And after getting it through nerves, we need volume of blood for engorgement of tissues in the male organ for a man to stand like a real man. And anything that is capable of destroying the blood cells, the blood volume, can also make a man to be totally weak in performing his duty in the second room. And that is why we say, whenever we are faced with any challenge, it is very important for one to visit a healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one and determine the root cause of the challenge. And after this, to know the right regimen to put together for one to be totally free from the challenge. And that is why evaluation from healthcare givers is very important to pinpoint the root cause of the challenge. And once the root cause of the challenge is determined, you will discover that solution to such challenge is around the corner. Prostatic gland enlargement also have a role to play in a situation where a man is not able to stand like a real man. When the prostate starts growing after 55 years of age, in some people, you will discover that there can be frequency. A situation where when a man sleeps at night, before daybreak, he has voided urine for more than 5, 6, or even 10 times. The volume is not always a very large one, like in diabetes mellitus. But after that stage, you discover that the stream of flow of urine will not have the normal force it used to have, or it may start splitting to two. It is when nothing is done for all these challenges that such will now result to total blockage of flow of the urine. And that is why we say a stitch at a time saves 9. Having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country health care system. Countryman, correct bakelistic ogbonge herbal medicine. They we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become umbarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
people.
Radio
95.1 FM.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights more? He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. Compact. Time, Tyson Gay right all the way. He's looking right.
The heart stops. Catch the sports gang on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and today's Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights more? He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. Compact. Time, Tyson Gay right all the way. He's looking right.
The heart stops. Catch the sports gang on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30. .1 FM.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
is to come during this weekend across the major leagues and some of the major talking points as it is happening in European football. Nothing. Well, there is also Osagi here with the demigod in the world of sports here. Osas, good afternoon. Welcome.
Very good afternoon to you, Henry. Good afternoon to the guys right here with me in the studio. Good afternoon to the city of Port Harcourt. A beautiful day again for us to take that marathon run in the world of sports called
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Yes, this is your Today Sports Live on the Premium Talk News and Sports Radio Station, Today 95.1 FM. Let's get into the thick of the action. And let's start off from the Champions League. And we'll start off from the one that actually caught our fancy, the one that made people sit at the edge of the seats, the one that gave us the excitement. And probably what some people say, what they expected. Some were saying it was amateur football, like how you score 9 goals in less than 70 minutes. Some said it was attacking football at its best. It was a spectacle. But Bayern Munich 5, PSG 4, PSG 5, beg your pardon, Bayern Munich 4. Guys, first off, I mean, was that too much?
It wasn't too much for the caliber of team or for the pedigree of the team.
I mean, but for quality, both are good attacking wise. But defensively, it just felt like we don't know how to defend. We don't care about defending.
No, that's it. Sometimes where you find your strength, that is what you build upon, and that's exactly what Paris Saint-Germain as well as Bayern Munich have done.
Imagine
over
that was
the
a
years.
Champions League final.
If that was a Champions League final, it would have been a beauty of a Champions League final. That's the reason why that particular tie was digged or nicknamed the final before the final. Yes, between Paris Saint-Germain and Bayern Munich. I'm looking at the stats right here, and it's something that will blow your mind, because for the shots in total, Paris Saint-Germain had 19 shots in total, while Bayern Munich had 17 shots in total. So if you put that together, that's about 36 shots in that particular encounter. That means it was an end-to-end affair. See, you see my goalkeeper, I see your goalkeeper. That was the debate of the day, or call that the center of discussion for that particular day. And you could see so high of passes completed in that particular game. 390 passes to PSG as against the 491 passes. That's to tell you that these both sides came out to play attacking football. They did not give a hoot. They did not give a thought about their defense line. And most especially, that was what I expected. I didn't expect anything less, because a Paris Saint-Germain that looks most likely to be on the same page with Bayern Munich would definitely want to play this. Look at the both teams. They put forward the best three or trio in football this particular season. For Bayern Munich, you have Luis Diaz, you have Harry Kane, as well as Michael Olise in that mix. For Paris Saint-Germain, you've got Ousmane Dembele, you've got Hibiscus Kvaratskhelia at one end, and who is in front there? Desire Doué, or sometime at the beginning of the season, Bakola came into that mix there. But whether you want to put Desire Doué there or you take Bakola in to that, the trio these are the two teams with the best trio in the world. That's the best attack currently this particular season. And what else do you expect from that attack? That's where their strength lies. They've also got a decent midfield pairing, or call that midfield setup, right there for the both sides. So they are basically alike. I think this season's UEFA Champions League, the semi-final stage, did a proper pairing. Two alike, likes for likes. Paris Saint-Germain, Bayern, and an Arsenal, Atletico Madrid. I think that's I enjoyed myself this weekend, because even as it came to Arsenal versus Atletico de Madrid, and everyone said it was going to be a haram affair, it was going to be a boring affair. It wasn't actually boring. We still saw beautiful football, maybe not compared to what we saw between Paris Saint-Germain and Bayern Munich, but it was actually entertaining to watch. We saw a switch of control from one side to the other after some time. We saw tactical war between Diego Simeone and Mikel Arteta, and it showed that these teams, the four of them, they actually know what they came here to do. I want to see the final of this season's UEFA Champions League, and hopefully it's going to be between one who plays the best attacking football and one who is totally cautious and has one of the most stable defense lineup, that is when you will see what football really is. Because I feel so many persons have said it before now that fine, if either Paris Saint-Germain or Bayern Munich comes up against Arsenal in the final, they're going to blow Arsenal away. Or if PSG or Bayern comes up against Atletico de Madrid in the final, they'll blow them away. I think it's not going to be that way. You won't see that much of either PSG or Bayern scoring in that particular final, because see, these guys, look at the game between Arsenal and Atletico de Madrid. You will feel Arsenal's attack was not lethal enough, but listen, believe me, Atletico Madrid had a defense that, look at how they transit. Just take out your time and look at how they transit.
I know we'll get to the main focus for me now is the Bayern PSG. But don't you feel maybe Atletico should have even buried that game? Lookman had 2 good chances.
We'll get to that.
We'll get to that. But either team would have buried the game. Arsenal had their chances.
No, Arsenal did not have
Arsenal had their chances.
Focus on Bayern PSG, please.
In the very first half. No, before I come back to Bayern PSG. In the very first half, Arsenal had their chances.
Yeah, don't worry.
We had
start to show you if they had chances or not.
We had cases where Martin Odegaard delayed in pulling the trigger. We had cases where
delayed in pulling the trigger is never counted. It's never counted.
No. If you had done that, it would have been a chance.
It's not.
Arsenal had their chances.
It's not their fault that.
I think Arsenal also hit the woodwork.
Martinelli has low football IQ and does not know when to shoot or not.
Arsenal hit the woodwork in that game.
Yeah,
Atletico de Madrid hit the woodwork in that game.
See, we'll get to that game.
We'll get to that, but let's focus on the PSG Bayern Munich.
Paris Saint-Germain and Atletico Madrid. To me, both teams were good offensively. Attacking wise, both teams were poor attacking wise. As there was time I was on the mic one and we were talking about it, that you have to really look at it. Yeah, the PSG Bayern Munich game. You really have to.
You said both teams were PSG Bayern. Both teams were poor attacking wise.
No, defensive.
Okay, defensive. You first said attacking wise.
I don't understand. How were they poor attacking wise? Scoring 9 goals in that game. I don't think you have to talk about poor ball. Look at entering into the second leg. I think they will need to find a way to find that balance, because.
But definitely we can't see 5-4 again in the second leg.
We are
not seeing it again.
We aren't seeing 5-4.
It might shock you. You might see 6-5. Because now the way it is 5-4, both teams will come out guns blazing. Don't think Bayern will run over Paris Saint-Germain at the Alliance Arena.
To me, it was one of the poorest defensive displays I have seen from everyone in the defensive line. In fact, say from the defense down to the keeper for both teams were bad. Safonov for Paris Saint-Germain, the keeper, bad. Although you say he made some nice good saves later during the ending of the matches, but he was poor overall. Nuno Mendes, Olise was just using him anyhow. Then you look at Achraf Hakimi. Yes, the man got an assist, but you have to look at that. It's still in the attacking aspect of it. It's like looking at Trent Alexander-Arnold and saying, yes, this man contributes to the assist. This man contributes offensively, but when it comes to defense, this man is nowhere to be seen. Marquinhos as well. The man at least managed. He got a yellow card. Matu was absent for Paris Saint-Germain. Then you have to look at Bayern Munich. Man, I don't know, even with all the experience I know, the man had a very, very poor game. Jonathan Tah as well to Upamecano. Yeah, he got a goal, but that is still on the attacking aspect of it. When it came to defense, the man had committed some errors. I think it was one that even wasn't one that considered that penalty.
Was he? No. That was Alphonso Davies.
Yeah,
Alphonso Davies, the handball.
Davies, the handball. The man had to be substituted later on, standing 6 as well too. So came to the defense, and both teams were really, really poor ball. From the attacking players onward, the DMs, the AMs, the CMs, the left wingers, the right wingers, the attackers, everyone was on point. Everyone knew what to do, and that's how they were able to add that much goals. And to me, if they had given them an extra 10 minutes, I'm sure they would have added more than that, because we could see later during injury time, we saw how Bayern were pressing for that 5th goal to equalize. And maybe if they had not even wasted that much time with Luis Diaz, checking the variables, Diaz had gotten an offside or so, maybe they could have. Paris Saint-Germain could have considered more during those times, and you have to look at maybe those 1 or 2 crucial saves that Neuer and Safonov did later during the matches. So attacking wise, it was good. But I'm looking forward to the second leg. How are these guys going to work on what they were poor on during the first half? And that's the defensive part of it. How they're going to step up their game. Because, yes, attacks wins you game, but as they always say, defense wins you championships. I don't know if it works in basketball, I don't know if football, but I think it works the same way too. Because as much as you want to score goals, you still need to block out goals. You had said it, if this was during the old format where away goals were being counted. Right now, Paris Saint-Germain, their next will be on the guillotine, ready to be chopped off, because they know they are going over to the German Bundesliga, going over to Germany, and how are they going to get those goals back? And for Bayern, they know they're going to be in front of their home fans. We've seen how wild they are, how they're going to going to the Allianz Arena. We know how hard it is for away teams there. So how are they going to be able to do that? So working on defense into the second leg, yes, they are going to come out to attack. There is now these two teams that are just going to sit back and defend, or sit back and say they want to hit on the counter. No, the kind of firepower they have does not allow that. You're not going to tell me that Luis Diaz and Michael Olise are going to be playing defense. They're going to be running around pressing, and no, they can't do that. Harry Kane doesn't have that much energy to do that as well. To same likewise to Usman Dembele, Kivka Kvaratskhelia and the rest. They've got that much firepower up front, so there's no need wasting or tiring them at the back to start doing all the dirty work. That is why they have some of the best defenders in the world right now. You're looking at Pacho, Marquinhos, Hakimi, Nuno Mendes, especially from last season, the performance the man put in the Champions League too. For Bayern, they had probably one of the best goalkeepers we've seen in the world. Manuel Neuer, Jonathan Tah, as well to Alphonso Davies. These are good, balanced, strong heads. When you look at a backline that could sustain you for 90 minutes, at least maybe consider 1 or 2, but 4-5 speaks poorly of how they let their defense sleep. And the thing is that throughout the whole 90 minutes, they just couldn't find an answer for each other. They were just managing to, okay, let's see how we can manage and just finish this game without conceding anymore. To me, I think that's just how the match felt for the defense. They just felt how they could just pull through and just finish the match without any problem, without conceding more than they've already conceded. But going into the second leg, they'll have to work on the defense. The keepers will have to be more sharp, more alert. The defense will have to be more sharp, more alert. Do not concede unnecessary penalties. The first penalty that Harry Kane conceded, who I think that was Pacho. Yeah,
Pacho with the tackle.
Yeah, Pacho with the tackle. If you know you're not going to get the ball, you don't need to go down, and you have to look at unnecessary tackles, unnecessary fouls, and that's something that the defense will have to work on getting into the second leg. But from the first leg, I think we've already seen the amount of. I believe we've seen all the amount of goals that we need to see.
No. I beg to disagree. I don't think so. See, look at that game carefully. A lot of persons, yeah, truly, the defensive setup was queried. It was queried. It wasn't really good enough matching with the offensive setup there for both teams. But when you are this offensive, you find it difficult to pull through with a super defense. For both teams, you've seen it even in their various leagues. The German Bundesliga for Bayern and the French Ligue 1 there for Paris Saint-Germain. You know why these things happen? Because your wing backs are very adventurous. The likes of Hakimi and Nuno Mendes, they always go adventurously into the offense to ensure that they create or add more width to what is going on there. And when there is probably a counter-attack or there is a switch of play, it's very difficult to come back into shape. Now, the reason why you saw multiple goals is because it's an attacking firepower up against an attacking firepower. Now, if there was something reduced on the other end, there'll be time enough for the wing backs to return back and keep it compact behind. So it was just a game where both teams had to go out against themselves totally. They had to forget about the defensive setup. A lot of pundits have criticized, but Paris Saint-Germain's coach Luis Enrique has come out to say, see, don't criticize the defense. they were not as good as the offense in that particular game, not because they were bad, but because the offensive setup was extremely impressive. And that's exactly what played out there. If you want to look at the statistics for that particular game, let's look at the shots that were blocked. Let's look at the number of tackles.
I can remember Upamecano making some last-ditch tackles and stuff.
We had about 22 tackles as against 13 tackles. That's a huge number. It's just that, Oviewola has talked about trying not to concede penalties. Can you try not to concede penalties against a trio of Messi, Neymar, and Suarez? It's very difficult. Hardly would you find any defender that will stand and say, I won't concede penalties. See, that's the same thing you see in Bayern. That's the same thing you see in Paris Saint-Germain. These guys are quick. These guys are skillful. These guys, they've got very good football IQ. So it will mean you being at the topmost of your game to keep that away. So at this point, what if I'm a manager? What I say to my players, or what I will say to my players is, see, hey, guys, you know that you've got the power to do this. Go out there, do it with them, power for power, and let's see what comes out of it. So if that's the reason why I said the return leg, you will still see goals. Because both teams will still come out pouring. 5-4 is more or less like a 4-4 draw. It's more or less like a 1-0 draw. It's more or less like a goalless draw. Because if Bayern quickly gets a goal in the very first half, the early stages of the first half, they balance the equation. It's going to be on Paris Saint-Germain now trying to push, Bayern also trying to push. So it might just be a replica of what happened on Tuesday in the very first leg of that semi-final. We might go all the way into a 3-2, 4-4, or if possible, a 5-4, 5-5 at the end of the day. Because both teams, they've got the personnel to get the goals. They've got the personnel to get the goals. You can see it literally in what Harry Kane has been doing this season. You can see it in what Luis Diaz has also been doing this season. You can see it in what Dembele has been doing. At some point, Kibishias Karajeda has been doing this season. So it's definitely going to be a case of goals and goals coming in, even in the second leg of that particular encounter. Henry, I think it's another beauty again for us to come out to watch in the second leg of that encounter. It's going to be an attacking brilliance up against an attacking brilliance. Maybe if anyone who could figure out something in the defense line to keep the opponent or the other ones at bay would be one to win that particular encounter. But it's going to be, it's an offensive affair. Last season in the UEFA Champions League, Paris Saint-Germain did not win the UEFA Champions League because they had a brilliant defense. Yes, Pacho was putting in good numbers. Marquinhos was doing the same. We had Mendes. Mendes was even doing more of the offense than even too much of a defense. Hakimi, you know him, is an offensive machine. Yeah, at the same time, he can also add up defense. But they didn't win that tournament because they were the best defensive side. Their attack was too much for anybody to handle. That was why they held a team like Inter Milan and whitewashed them in the finals of that particular one. And here they are again. This time, they are up against a Bayern who have also found their rhythm this season. They found their match-winning machines this season, and they are giving it to Paris Saint-Germain power for power. It wasn't like last season where even the ones who were taunted or say that the ones who were even predicted to go all the way and give Paris Saint-Germain a run for their money in Barcelona couldn't even pull through with that beautiful offensive setup. At the end of the day, they couldn't do that. But this time, it's Paris Saint-Germain, it's Bayern Munich, almost at the same level, both of them. Let's see who gets to do it better.
Okay, let's see who gets to do it better between PSG and Bayern Munich. But Chikasin, let me come over to you. Second leg, what are we expecting? Doesn't it reach a point where we just call it total madness if we see a repetition or a replica of what we saw this week, next week?
No, you can't call that a total madness because, just like so just say there that both teams have found their match, because PSG is a tactical team that always do the clinical jobs when it comes to the front attack and scoring and doing everything. They have 3 strikers that are very good, and so also goes the same thing for Bayern Munich. They also have these 3 good fronters that are also good in whatever they do. So I think if we still see the same score lines like 5-5, 4-4, it's not a total madness. It's just the both team coming out to do their best, what they best know that they can do in order to win. And we should know that this is a Champions League. These are most of the things that I expected to be seen in Champions League.
So, guys, call the second leg. Let me start off with you, Chikasin. Where's the score for the second leg? What do you?
That let me just say 2-2.
2-2. So PSG goes through to the final.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a 4-2 scoreline.
4-2 favorable.
Bayern beating Paris Saint-Germain
4-2 on the night.
Yeah.
So that means it's going to be 8.
Call that 8-7. Yeah,
8-7
on aggregate.
This is the Champions League semi-final. If you should know. Okay.
Was last season not a Champions League final? When they held it down
last season. Don't be here with them. They watch. You only see 3-0 first time.
I go house.
Before I reached up to complete the game, it was already 4 or 5.
So it was not the final. Every day things change. That's exactly how it is in football.
Okay, and Ovie, what's your take? Who goes through? What's the scoreline at the Allianz Arena for you?
I think I'll give it to Bayern, maybe something like 3-1 or so, because I'm also looking at Bayern Munich. They don't really have anything to fight for when looking at what they've got during the weekend. They've already won the German Bundesliga. For Paris Saint-Germain, they are just 6 points separating them from RC Lens. They take on Lorient this weekend, and then Lens. I don't know who Lens will be playing, but any slip up from
Lens
them,
is playing.
I think
Lens is playing Nice. Yeah,
Lens is playing Nice. So that's another game in which Lens could take 3 points and close the gap to 3 points, and the pressure will start mounting on Paris Saint-Germain. So,
which pressure?
Yes.
Which pressure?
Has
pressure ever mounted on Paris Saint-Germain in the French league?
Now until they see
Paris Saint-Germain can go ahead to lose 2 games and still win the league at the end of the season.
See, anything will happen for that league. As we're looking at it, there was a point during the league where RC Lens were on top of the table. I don't even know how they even lost, because I know they were 6 points clear against Paris Saint-Germain. I check in like 2-3 weeks, and then I've seen the table has changed, and now Paris Saint-Germain are on top. You say yes, they do not have that experience in this title run, and it's always a first, especially for a team like Lens, where they're always a mid-table team, and all. But 3 points could, especially during this running, during this last period, you're talking about Paris Saint-Germain. They'll have tired legs. I know Hakimi is already out as well too, so there is no Hakimi for Bayern. They don't really have any injury problems, especially for their big stars. Noah is still there, Luis Diaz is still there, and the rest are still there. But both teams have got the nice squad depth, as you said, to replace these guys. So I'll still give it to Bayern. It's the home advantage, and then I'm looking at maybe